services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. swishradio.com, code RADIO.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Are you feeling lucky? Well, you should be, because at United Tire and Service, you get to pick your own pot of gold. Buy 4 new tires and choose your treasure. A free oil change, a free alignment, or the best road hazard coverage on the house. And you still get all manufacturer rebates and United Tire's loyalty rewards. But don't push your luck. This deal disappears April 7th. No need to chase rainbows for really great deals. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Let us set the record straight, shall we? Let's talk about what's been going on and how the media has been reported it. Because there's something that's misreported. It's bias by omission, and I think this is a big omission. That we had a successful takedown of a terrorist organization, an organization that when Joe Biden came into office, one of the first things he did very quickly was to say that a terrorist group was not terrorists. So he delisted them. These are Yemen's, Houthis, Houthis. I don't say Houthi because it's Houthi the Blowfish, whatever. But these are dudes who are bad dudes who are terrorists in the world. And what did Joe Biden do right when he came into office within weeks? So he delists this terrorist organization, this terrorist group of thugs, and says, well, they're not terrorists anymore. Nothing to see here. What does he do? Immediately, he emboldens them. He empowers them. Biden became the wind beneath their wings, if you will, okay? And so it wasn't until, and I had reported this at the time, do you remember this? That, in fact, we had U.S. soldiers who were killed. And that was what changed everything, because these scumbags, these low-life terrorists, were wreaking havoc in the world. And so it wasn't until about a year ago that finally, in the final year of the Biden administration, in January of 2024, when finally Biden decides, yeah, well, those guys, we better put some label of, not fully a label, but yeah, we better put some kind of a label on them that, they might be linked with some terrorists. These are backed by Iran. So think about that. So we have that going on. And the bulk carrier, one of them, and this is going back to last summer. Do you remember this? We had a discussion about this. This is June of 2024. I'm just going to take you back for a minute, okay? And this is a bulk carrier sinks days after the attack by these terrorists, who the news media, and I'm looking at the AP as I thought, how did they label them? They're Yemen's Houthi rebels. These are terrorists. And they sunk this bulk carrier who's minding its own business, right? And then a second ship sunk by the terrorists, targeting Red Sea shipping. This has been going on. So did then the Biden administration at some point start relabeling them and firing upon them? Yeah, okay, they did. But they waited until the final year of Biden's administration. It was too late. And so one of the first thing is, we're going to delist them and we're going to embolden our enemies and terrorists in the world. And by the way, refund them, right? Because now they can be refunded. What a disaster the past administration was. Thank God, President Donald J. Trump is the president. I do want to go through some audio on this. And so, Dan, I want to hear from, if we can this is Sean Parnell, and I apologize to you. I love Sean. He's my favorite Twitter X feed right now, because you look at him, he's on fire. He's exactly right. He's a military hero, PA guy. You've heard me interview him. But let's go through this news conference by Sean Parnell, and let's hear his take on this, because there's so much spin going on right now with this whole thing as far as a very successful mission to take these guys out.
45 times since 2003. I know what it's like to be in a situation when you're under fire by the enemy. Your life is at risk. The life of your friends and your battle buddies is at risk, and you're prohibited from returning fire. That's a hellish situation that I wouldn't wish on my worst adversary. It's a tough position that we put America's sons and daughters in. Under President Trump and Secretary Hegseth's leadership, we will defend our sons and daughters. If you shoot at American troops, there will be consequences.
Thank you. Thank you for that. A strong statement, and it's repeated across the board. So just taking you back, and this is in the Wayback Machine. Unfortunately, I have to take you back to mid-January of 2024, the Biden administration working with allies, so the U.S. and British allies bombing more than a dozen of these sites. And they called them the Iran-backed Houthis in Yemen. It couldn't call them terrorists, because Biden just at that time had redesignated them, but not fully. Okay, Trump has fully said these are bad terrorists. Okay, let us not forget this. So I know that earlier this morning and yesterday at some point, Greg Stocker had correctly said, well, we've been bombing these guys in the past year. It's important to say in the past year. And so it was a retaliatory situation. And the U.S. Forces Mideast Command saying that, yes, last January, striking 60 targets, 16 sites in Yemen. But I'm pointing out to you that at that time, it was a reaction. I think you never want to be in that reaction mode, in the defense mode. Why were we in that mode in the first place? Because Joe Biden, his poor, weak, lame policies emboldened this enemy, emboldened this terrorist group, and refunded them for years, right? And so finally they go, ruh-roh, oh, they were bad boys. Oh, we should have left the designations as to how Trump had it, right? But he was so worried about just reversing everything that Trump had done, which was correct. Let's go to our next clip here if we can. And this is Sean Parnell speaking about this situation.
As President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made clear, these actions by the Houthis will not be tolerated. In his first 2 days back at the White House, President Trump signed an order laying out a process to redesignate the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization after the previous administration revoked their designation within weeks of taking office.
Yep.
Under the previous administration, America's enemies were emboldened and billions in frozen funds were unlocked for Iran. With President Trump and Secretary Hegseth's leadership, an era of peace through strength is back. We will use overwhelming lethal force until we have achieved our objective. With that said, and this is a very important point, this is also not an endless offensive. This is not about regime change in the Middle East. This is about putting American interests first.
Thank you to the Pentagon's press secretary, Sean Parnell, who is somebody who, as a combat veteran, you've heard us talk about this. But the real story here is about a successful mission to, first of all, put these terrorists in their place and to begin to wipe them out after they were emboldened and funded under the past regime. That's the real story. And I just simply will say that as a news person, are you not supposed to put things in perspective and say, hey, this was a successful mission? Did you hear that reported? No, all you hear about the Atlantic reporter and Goldberg, and they included him in a chat and back and forth because they want that chit chat. They want you to be so distracted. Thank you. They want you to be distracted. They want us to debate all of this. And I will say, sure, I asked Senator McCormick about it yesterday. Does this appear that somebody was mistakenly or somehow got on a group chat that they shouldn't have been? Yes, that's fair to say. Okay, investigate it. Make sure that this was not a situation where some third party somehow either hacked in or was invited in through something nefarious, whatever that looks like. Absolutely. And that's why they're going through all of those 2 days of hearings. I'm sure that all of our U.S. officials had more important things to worry about. But let's put this thing into perspective. The perspective is, are you safer today than you were under the Biden administration? Whether it's the arrest of this very dangerous gang member that's an illegal that was on the East Coast. That affects us here in Philadelphia, up and down the East Coast. One of the top 2 or 3, I mean, the worst of the worst, as he's been described, taken off the streets. Are you safer? Yes, you are. Are you better off? I would say yes, we are better off under this administration. And so we just have to keep our eye on the ball here. So while I will engage with all of you as to what was going on with a group chat, what they're saying by all accounts is there was no classified information revealed, right? No exact dates, no exact times, no exact information about where in the world something was happening. And so all of this ridiculous, it's just more ridiculous fake news, if you will. It's fake news in the form of distracting you from the bigger story. It's a journalist's job. If you're a true journalist, put things in perspective. The perspective is these are terrorists, deadly terrorists, wreaking havoc in important areas of the world, and we've taken them down. That's the bottom line. That's why Trump, I think he spoke out yesterday, and he said now they have these Houthis these terrorists where they want them. That's the big story. But to go off on the Atlantic and Jeffrey Goldberg, I'm just sick of it. I'm tired of it. And I'm tired of the lamestream, and I hate to even say lamestream, the so-called mainstream, whatever you want to talk about it. These individuals, shame on them for not calling this out. These are terrorists in the world who are murdering people and think nothing of it.
Shame.
Yes.
Shame.
That's where the shame belongs.
Shame. Shame.
Yeah. So, Jeffrey, good for you. Good for you that you got your attention and you got your limelight. Yay for you. Nobody will remember who you are next week when we move on to the next big story. That's I had to get that off my chest. I'm sorry. Sometimes I have to just boom, there it is.
Someone said someone was on fire earlier. I think that might be you today, Dawn. You are on
Woo.
fire. Woo. Speaking of the Bam Bondi and the illegal that was captured, I do have some fresh audio from Bondi. You want to hear that?
Yes.
We have been out since about 4:30 this morning. The great men and women of law enforcement have been working on this operation for days and days and probably weeks. Early this morning, one of the top leaders of MS-13 was apprehended. He was the leader for the East Coast, one of the top 3 in the entire country. Right here in Virginia, living half an hour outside of Washington, D.C. He is an illegal alien from El Salvador, and he will not be living in our country much longer. He's in custody this morning. One of the top leaders right here near our nation's capital. I just cannot thank Governor Youngkin enough for his leadership in this effort. This has been a joint effort with state and local agencies. FBI Director Patel, thank you so much.
Thank you. So we are safer. That's a good thing. We're going after, I don't know who has a problem with this. Do we have a problem with going after any dangerous gang members, by the way, who are basically organized crime, and these are the violent, the worst of the worst, as she said. Do we have a problem with going after any gang leaders? But in particular, these are gang leaders who are in this country illegally, right? So it's a double whammy here. As far as the Houthis, just to wrap that up, and Caroline Leavitt correctly called it the signal hoax, and I think that's a great way to put it. But I just want to remind you that Biden's administration refused to relist these Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization. So even though they relisted them, because I looked at this, they relisted them as a, quote, specially designated global terrorist entity. Okay? So they wanted to say they were something, but they basically did not want to admit that the Biden administration was wrong to delist them completely. So that's what Trump did right away, relisted the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization. That's very important. But remember that it was in November. It was within the past year and a half of the Biden administration, the Houthis were accused of and took responsibility for sinking all those different vessels. 100 merchant vessels attacked, including killing 4 different United States sailors. Okay? So that's what we want to crack down on. Are we safer? Yes. Are our military members safer? Yes. That's the answer. And so for this Goldberg schmuck to say that, he just irks me because he says they were putting them in danger. You don't know what you're talking about, dude. Okay? And the same dude, did he ever talk about those put in danger? Those U.S. soldiers who were killed, did he go off on that? No. So that's the story. Boom. I had to get it off my chest. It's so annoying to me when so-called mainstream media, they get on their high horse and they say, well, this is terrible. And this journalist is under fire. Give me a break. 855-839-1210. We have a great lineup. What is this music?
Dawn is muy caliente today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are you fired up over this? Are you sick of all the hoaxes, of all the fake news? I'm tired of it. Fake nude. Yeah.
Those are a problem too right now, Dawn.
I am stripping. I'm stripping the.
Very odd.
I'm stripping the faux off of the fake news. That's what I'm revealing it.
Hey,
How's
did you see, before we go to break, did you see Kristi Noem's video last night?
Yes.
Yeah? Do you
Brilliant.
want that?
Yeah, let's look at it.
Here at CCOT today and visiting this facility. And first of all, I want to thank El Salvador and their president for their partnership with the United States of America to bring our terrorists
you see behind
here
her?
and to incarcerate them and have consequences for the violence
If
that
you're
they've
watching on
perpetuated in our
YouTube.
communities. I also want everybody to know.
Can we
if you
freeze
come to
it?
our
Yeah, you want to freeze it? Yeah,
Let's
let me freeze it. Sorry.
Freeze it?
Yeah. There you go.
So she's wearing her gray cap. She's wearing her white long sleeve shirt and I guess these are her prison pants, her gray. So it's gray and white is the look.
Yeah.
She's standing right in front of these, I mean, you can't make this up. You could not draw this. Like, it looks like you're at the gates of hell, right? The gates of hell behind her with these silver steel bars. And it looks like maybe, how many stories? 2 or 3 stories.
Yeah. So what it
basically
reminds,
like bunk beds, steel bunk beds.
The setting, the bunk beds. Did you watch Squid Game when they put him into that big room in Squid Game and they have like the 5-level bunk beds? That's what that reminds me of behind her.
And Greg Stocker had described as well as Dan is too. And so behind her, just all of these, incarcerated individuals. Most of them have no shirt on, and they're tattooed. Their heads are shaved with all the tattoos all over their heads and their bodies, and these sort of ghoulish-looking, accused, very violent gang members, etc. They're all sort of stacked up behind her, behind bars. If you could describe the gates of hell, look into that picture behind her. That's what it looks like.
Great description.
And so basically, they removed the ghouls from America, and they're now here in another country at the gates of hell. And she's basically saying, yo, if you come into America illegally and wreak havoc, and you think you're a gang member who's going to kill and rape and murder, whatever, no, you're going to be extradited. You're going to be extracted from the United States of America, and we're going to bring you here to the gates of hell. That's essentially what she's saying. It's a brilliant PR move. Why is she doing this? Because go beyond the headline, go beyond what she's doing, and why does Donald J. Trump want her here? First of all, everybody's going to talk about it, and yeah, the superficial thing you're going to say is, oh well, she looks good, she looks beautiful and fit, blah blah. Okay, that's why people might look twice or three times, and why it might get millions of hits on social media. But the honest to God's truth is that Donald J. Trump wants the world to look at this so that everybody says, oh man, I'm not going to go to the U.S. I'm not going to the U.S. because this is what they're going to do. Or if I am here right now, I'm going to self-deport. What does that do? It saves you money. It saves us money. Donald J. Trump, the agenda is to make America safer, but also he's trying to make it free. Do you know what I'm saying? It's free for us if these people just leave. That's cheaper. Then he doesn't have to fly them over. We don't have to catch them. It's very expensive to do that. It's all about the money and saving you and all of us, the tax dollars, all of this money, and making us safer all at once. It's a win-win. Good for her. It's a great promotional video, and it's a brilliant strategy. Self-deport, get out of here, and you don't end up at the gates of hell. Boom. Are you safer? Yes. All right, we're going to talk to, oh my gosh, Dan has an incredible lineup. So we're going to talk about the U.S. military. We're going to go through, you're not going to miss a thing. We'll talk about the 25% tariffs. Where do we take that? There's some breaking news on that. The Trump administration, locally, nationally, boom. Stay right there at Dawn Stensland on X, 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Am I going to be okay? It's the most important question you should ask yourself when approaching retirement. A financial advisor will probably answer that question by looking at just one thing: how much you've saved. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, we believe that's only half the story. The stock market will continue to go up and down, but at Spectrum Wealth, we can help you build guaranteed lifetime income that's not affected by any of it. Let's sit down together and help you answer the question, am I going to be okay? Call 856-322-8686 or online at spectrumwp.com. And tune into the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Now, this has to be a quickie, right? We have to do a quickie thing. What are we doing here, Dan? I'm sorry.
Real quick segment. Got to be out in a couple of minutes, but yeah.
Great interview coming up.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, did you guys see that I love Michael Jordan. And did you see his jersey? Just a quick aside about Michael Jordan. His one of his rookie jerseys back in the day, the mid '80s, it made a record $4.2 million.
Wow.
For for a jersey that he wore.
Wow.
That's it. Man, that's a new kind of rich.
That's great. How much
you know
was
what I mean?
it?
I believe it was $4.2 million.
And was it Sotheby's or was it local Golden?
I think it was Sotheby's.
Oh. Have you ever watched Golden Auctions over on Netflix?
Can I tell you something?
What's
that? You guys I love those auction shows.
Oh, do you?
Do you?
Yeah, no, I love it. And King of Collectibles, the Golden Touch, features Ken Golden's company, which is just over the bridge in Runnymede, and they're now competing with some of the cards that they have are some of the most valuable. And I think they just recently sold a Cheeto shaped like Charizard for over $80,000. It's impressive what they're doing right over there, and it's a show on Netflix.
Nice.
I highly suggest checking it out.
Yeah, I love any of those kind of shows. Back in the day, Dr. Lori Verderame, if you know her, she's on Antique Roadshow, and I
love Antique.
She's so sweet. Like she'll credit because I found her years and years and years ago, and I had interviewed her back in the day, like done a report with her, and then we struck up a friendship. So she always says like, Dawn got me into TV. But I mean, she is so good. Has a master's degree in this. She puts the white gloves on if you've ever seen her.
Oh my gosh, I looked her up. Yes, I know exactly
Lori?
who you're talking about.
I love Dr. Lori.
Oh wow.
And she's so
We got to get her on and hear some of the
meticulous.
the craziest things that she's appraised.
Yes. She's so much fun too. I don't know why we haven't talked about her before.
Wow.
We haven't had any breaking news to talk about over time. But as the yard sales come up, you know what I mean? We just talked about the woman in Montgomery County that found this little drawing, and it turns out it looks like it is a $1 million Renoir drawing. And Dr. Lori can tell you, she can give you some good parameters too for how you can kind of tell something is valuable at a yard sale, or that your Aunt Esther, left you and it's a whole bunch of junk. How do you know the junk, from the good stuff, the really valuable stuff? I have a girlfriend in Florida. Her Aunt Ellie left her this cute little painting of a cat. And so, and she and her husband, Patrick, and she's a school teacher. And at one point they were buying a place and she got a ton of money for this cute little drawing from good old Aunt Ellie, her great aunt.
What was the story behind the drawing? Like, was there
It was like
a famous
some
artist?
I
or-
don't know. It was like not even somebody we knew, but it was like a cute little. Somebody said to her, "You know, you could sell that for many thousands of dollars," and it sold for I don't know, like $20,000 or something. And
wow.
And help buy the house.
Yeah, I mean,
like you know,
I have in my genes, I feel, in the blood to like Antiques Roadshow. My grandmother, my paternal grandmother, a huge collector of antiques, but she really focused on, I think, the wrong things. That, regrettably, when she passed, there wasn't much value to what she had. But you know those blue china, pieces of china?
Yes.
Yeah, had a ton of those, and you always thought that they'd be one day valuable, and sadly they're not.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why collect what you love. If it happens to end up, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, and she loved it. She truly, her and Grampy, they'd go to the,
Aw,
tag
Grampy.
sales and try to find the antiques, and it was their hobby.
I love it. Well, we'll have to get Dr. Lori on and get your take on valuable things you've purchased, maybe at a yard sale or inherited. You had no idea the value of it. Or on the other side, if, like Dan, you had a relative who collected a bunch of junk that then you had to get rid of and deal with.
Yeah, and she kept it so nice. It was never junky,
Aw.
Always kept it dusted and displayed and...
Clutter. Declutter. All right. 855-839-1210. Donald J. Trump says Liberation Day in America is coming soon. So we'll talk about all of this. Some great guests lined up. Be right back.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hardworking Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
This March Madness, Wendy's has a $1 JBC or double stack with in-app offer and purchase. So we're throwing the biggest watch party in the country and giving you the best seats to watch all the action. But just so you know, the seats are in a Wendy's, and the action is just staring at the $1 JBC or double stack in front of you. Also, you can bring a +1, if it's a burger. When it's gotta be fresh, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating Wendy's. Limit 1 JBC or double stack or qualifying item per offer with additional purchase. Wendy's app account registration required.
Necessity is the mother of invention. How do you think plumbing was invented? I'm thinking someone said, guys, really not digging our current situation. Indoor plumbing. Done. Today, no one understands plumbing like Hutchinson Plumbing. How it works or doesn't work when pipes freeze and burst. Hutchinson's same-day service means our experts will have your plumbing back up in no time. And for times you need extra help like a new water heater, our flexible payment options and great warranties make it easy. Schedule today at hutchcomfort.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in two of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
45 times since 2003. I know what it's like to be in a situation when you're under fire by the enemy. Your life is at risk, the life of your friends and your battle buddies is at risk, and you're prohibited from returning fire. That's a hellish situation that I wouldn't wish on my worst adversary. It's a tough position that we put America's sons and daughters in. Under President Trump and Secretary Hegseth's leadership, we will defend our sons and daughters. If you shoot at American troops, there will be consequences.
Thank you to our great Pentagon Press Secretary, Sean Parnell, who's obviously a combat veteran himself. And so is my next guest, who writes that the Atlantic's Signal story misses the mark. The headline here, the truth behind the Atlantic's quote-unquote leaked war plans story. Let's bring in my next guest because, you know, I am sick and tired of the media, the so-called mainstream media, the corporate media, whatever you want to call it, as they continue to report this story without the context of the fact that we in the United States can declare the mission really was to put these Houthi terrorists in their place as now a terrorist organization after attacking us and more than 100 ships in an important area of the world. So let's bring in my next guest and let's talk about this and his latest piece, which we really appreciate. This is Marine Corps Colonel William Dunn, who's president now of Strategic Resilience Group and the author of Gunfighters Rule. So let's talk about it, shall we? Hi, William. Thanks for being here. Hi, Colonel.
Hey, Dawn. Thanks for having me. How you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm fired up.
To say the least.
You know, because for days I engaged. I'll tell you what I did. I engaged in the conversation with my early, because I'm on since 6 a.m. So, okay, we want to talk about journalists and journalistic integrity and what would you do if you were invited. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the headlines, and this has been going on for days. And so we wanted to hear your take on this, because nobody's talking about the fact that these terrorists needed to be put in their place. That's, to me, that's what this was all about. But where do you see the truth here?
Well, first of all, the thing that was sensationalized is the term war plan. These are not war plans. This was a mission. And it's not even a subtle difference. As I've reviewed O plans is what we call them now. We don't really call them war plans anymore. I've reviewed operational plans for our government at the highest classification level, and these things are massive. They go in substantial detail. I'm not going to go in detail in it, but they go into a lot of detail on how we would prosecute a event against an enemy or a potential enemy. So when they put out war plan, they did that to sensationalize the fact that somebody was inadvertently added to a signal chat. And that, if you take away that, then all of a sudden you don't really have this scary thing. The other thing that takes place, if you are not used to understanding classified things such as secret, top secret, confidential, and they go very, very high. They go to nuclear command and control clearances. There's all these different clearances that we have, and that different members of the military and government personnel will obtain and hold for certain periods of time certain things. Number one, Signal is not authorized for any of it. You cannot put secret information out on Signal. We do in the military have sometimes classified cell phones that you can talk with, but you still can't talk on the cell phone unless you're in a space that's authorized for that level of communication. And so they implied that this was secret information that was put out. Well, it wasn't, in my opinion, was not secret information. What they did in the group chat is they talked around a mission that was taking place. And the reality is, in my mind and in my opinion, this data had zero impact on the execution and prosecution of these targets. Now, one thing to point out, let's just say it was classified information and it went out on Signal. It would be known what's called a spillage. If you have a spillage, the first thing you do once you've determined that you did have a spillage is you find out if that spillage caused any damage. In this case, it caused no ill effects on that mission. That data didn't get out. The information didn't get out to the Houthis. It did not put our aircraft at additional risk. So had it been classified, they would have assessed that the spillage happened, but it had no ill effects, and probably that would have been the end of it. They would have provided additional training for the people conducting the spillage and, maybe made them do some additional things, but that would have been the end of it. What the left is trying to do is pull it out and make it this big incident. Now, when I was a commander, I purposely did not talk any operational things over Signal or any unclassed communications. That's just because if you make it a policy, then things like this don't happen. And once again, I've reviewed everything that I've seen open source, and in my opinion, none of it rose to the level of classification. And if it did, some entity would have had to classify that information. That entity most likely would have been, in this case, the SecDef, and he did not classify it. So you can't just because you think something's classified dictate, well, that was classified information. It's got to be assigned to classification, and in this case, it was not.
So as somebody who, you worked many, many years, 33 years in the U.S. Marine Corps to the level of Colonel Commander, right? William Dunn. In your expert opinion, do any of those CNN reporters, analysts, hosts, pundits, do they have the right or some kind of a qualification in their specialty to deem something classified or unclassified?
Well, absolutely not. And here's the interesting piece, right? And this is going to be very semantic. If I think something is classified, and then I willingly transmit it, then I am in violation. So if you're in the military and you see something that you think is classified, what you have to do is stop what you're doing and report it to what we call in the civilian world an FSO, a security officer, but you have to report it to your intel chain or your security officer so they can make that determination if it's actually classified. If you transmit it and you think it's classified technically, and I'm not a lawyer, in my opinion, you're technically breaking the law because you had intent. You had intent to transmit classified information. And so what they've done here, and, we'd have to get the law professors and lawyers to think about this, did the Atlantic intentionally transmit what they believe was classified information? That's what I'd be looking into.
Yeah. See, that was where I was, kind of asking a tongue-in-cheek question because you have SecDef as Pete Hegseth. He puts out no targets, no locations, no units, no routes, no sources, no methods, no classified information. Because otherwise, to your point, if there was this spillage, they would have reported it or they would have come out and said that, but they're saying no classified information. But I do think that what's critical here is that, and I'll tell you, when this first broke, I thought, okay, I'm going to give this Atlantic editor credit. If he's claiming that he saw or witnessed or was somehow accidentally set classified information, I'm going to give him credit for not publishing that, for not showing anybody that. But then they claim they've published everything, that they believe this is all classified. And then he's been going on every show because he's trying to get his 10 minutes of fame, whatever. And he's actually saying, oh, they put soldiers, they put U.S. military service members in danger, in harm's way. And so that is the question. Can somebody in the media or a civilian or anybody, if you believe that it's classified and then you go and you publish it, can you get in trouble for that?
Great question. It's not classified, once again, right? It wasn't classified information, in my opinion. I don't know. It's an intent thing, right?
Right.
You intended to release classified information. The law professors, law people, the Department of Justice should take a look at that, because here you have an entity that purposely published something that they, according in their own words, believe was classified. So if they did that, that would be a violation, and that would be breaking the law. So, but once again, in my mind, what they've done is they've gone down this slippery slope.
Well,
there are some people that are saying that are military people I've seen on Facebook that says this is atrocious, it was classified. Once again, if you go by the book, it wasn't.
The other piece of this, and I know, I will say this, there are people who are just being honest and trying to be transparent. I know Marco Rubio, I think within the past less than 24 hours, he was asked about it. And what did he say? He said, well, technically it was a mistake that this Goldberg guy was included in. So I think he's trying to be honest, because I think they just feel like they should be transparent to go, well, obviously they didn't intend for this guy to be, to go out there. Then that's all you hear. But in the midst of this, should there be an investigation as to how exactly this was, and I'm going to say allegedly shared? This is my concern. Is there somebody, I don't know, like a Vindman type involved here? Is it possible, in your expert opinion, that there could be sort of a never Trumper that's on the inside? Because that's what we're getting calls. We have all of these, great listeners and viewers on YouTube, and they say, look, this would not be so difficult if somebody's using, let's say, even though it's an encrypted app, if you're using, let's say, a device that could be hacked or whatever, this would not have been difficult at all for somebody on the inside to make this invitation happen.
I would love to know the answer to that. I believe, once again, I'll be very clear, this is my opinion. I don't believe in coincidences. I believe someone added that individual to the chat on purpose. Now, maybe it was a mistake, and I would want to have an investigation to determine if it was a mistake or if someone did that on purpose. If someone did that on purpose, in my mind, they should, I don't know if this is prosecutable, but they should lose their job. If a staffer, for instance, said, hey, boss, I'll set your phone up for the chat, and they put them on there on purpose, I would want to know that as you will be able to trace back, I'm very confident, to which exact phone invited that individual.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I use Signal every day. And so if I want someone in there, somebody puts it in and it says who sent it. So you should be able to do the forensics and say this came from phone A, and then everybody who had contact with phone A, it's either just the owner or maybe a staffer, and find out why. And if it was a mistake, it's a mistake. I don't believe it's that simple.
Yeah.
I think, just like you said, there may be some never-Trumpers out there that try to make a point. What I think is great about this, and, you know, the left has a different opinion, but it just shows that people were in line with taking care of a target that was directed by the president.
Yeah. Yeah.
And, you know, it's okay. You know, they're trying to say that, oh, the vice president disagrees with the president. No. In the military, this is how it works. If you're the commander, when I'm the commander, I want everyone's opinion. Everybody gives me their opinion, and then when I make a decision, they have two choices. Do it or don't do it. If they don't do the decision, then they go get a different job. And that's how every commander that I've ever worked for ran their, you know, command, and that's how I ran my command is tell me your opinion. And you may disagree in execution, but once I say we're doing it, we're doing it. And that's what I saw here.
Yeah.
You know, other pundits will say, you know, this is terrible. This is disagreement. There's no problem in my mind with people giving their opinions when you're in this scenario, because what you're doing is you're taking human life. Yeah. And even though they're our enemy and we have to keep killing them because they won't stop, we need to take a pause when you're killing someone and make sure that's what we want to do for the vital interest of the U.S. And I believe we did that in this case.
Do you, in your expert opinion, do you believe that the previous administration basically emboldened the Houthis terrorist organization by delisting them, and then that allowed the funding?
100%. I'm surprised they didn't surrender the country. I'm surprised they didn't just surrender the country to China the last 4 years. When an American or an American-flagged vessel is attacked, the entire weight and might of the U.S. needs to come down on the perpetrator. I would love right now if the president or the SecDef would come online and go on TV, go on Fox News or whatever, or just do a meeting from the White House, list 20 or 30 targets where the Houthis are operating from, and say, we're going to take out all 20 of these targets the next thing that's launched at a U.S. flagged vessel or any vessel freely transiting the Red Sea, we're going to take all 20 of these targets out. Let them shoot and then take all 20 out. They can't stop us. I see no problem with telegraphing these fixed targets because you can't move them, right? They're fixed. They can't stop our military. Let them know we're coming for you. Make it so a Houthi, when he's looking at his parking lot and says, I got to walk into that building and launch a missile, know that he's going to die that day. So maybe he doesn't go to work and maybe he lives another day and decides not to fight the U.S. We need more transparency on destroying these targets. And when they launch a missile or they launch a drone, we act decisively, and we strike them. It's open kimono. If you shoot, we're going to destroy you. And then maybe we'll start seeing a reduction in activity in the Red Sea.
Amen. Can you tell us about your book? It's a fantastic book, Gunfighters Rule. Maybe I'll start with, I mean, as you author this, why is your nickname Burner?
Well, that's, you know, we don't normally explain exactly why, but I would say that while I was in the Marine Corps, I like to drink a bit and I like to fight a bit. And so I got that nickname. I can't go into the details because it would surely offend somebody, but yes, I got that from a good friend of mine, and it's I would say it's moderately accurate.
Well, it's an awesome book. William Burner Dunn, I had to end on a little lighter note, but we love it. We would actually love to hear the story behind the nickname, right?
It'll cost you a beer for sure.
So when you come to Philadelphia, we'll buy you a couple and, get the real story out of you. The book is Gunfighter's Rule, an incredible book, an incredible story, really, about a boy destined to become a United States Marine. We just thank you, Colonel Dunn, for joining us, and it's important as we celebrate our heroes. We just had an incredible, by the way, last Friday, incredible all-day thon, if you will, raising money for the Travis Manion Foundation. And so you're a great fit for us.
Well, I love coming on. Thank you so much for having me, and I hope all your listeners have a wonderful day and wonderful upcoming weekend as we get close to Easter and a nice spring coming our way.
Amen. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Gunfighter's Rule, Colonel William Bernard Dunn. Got to get the book. Bought it for my boys, as I say. They're young men now, but it's incredible about resilience, a story of determination, and really celebrating our United States service members. All right, I think we have to take a quick break. I'm way over here. 855-839-1210. A ton of breaking news. Be right back.
This March during Truck Month, get a new 2024 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Work Truck C71 SSV, just $43,999. Or lease a 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 LT with 2.9% APR for 72 months. Looking for another great lease offer? A 2025 Chevy Equinox EVLT lease for just $199 a month for 36 months. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90NATION or visit windownation.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart, Vascular, and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Hey, it's Nick Kale. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I chose Natural Lawn of America, because that's my lawn care company. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer, free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America, greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Yes, so we have so much that's breaking today. We've been telling you about really a coup and a victory against violent gang members in the country with this MS-13 gang member who in part ruled along here on the East Coast, has been captured. Huge announcement by law enforcement at pretty much every level. That's going on. We also have Elon Musk. Remember he did the $1 million, you could win the $1 million here in Pennsylvania if you signed a petition. He's doing something similar to that in Wisconsin.
Ooh.
Yes. Could you win $1 million? This is to Wisconsin residents. Locally, remember the story of the Pennsylvania girl, biological girl, who, I have to say it that way, ran a race and she came in first as the only biological girl to come in first. However, she was beat out by a biological boy who wants to run with the girls. Now the parents of that so-called trans athlete locally in Montgomery County is speaking out and lawyered up. We'll be talking about that one. But we want to get to a great local journalist, mom, who you've heard speak out locally for many years, started to get this instinct, because a lot of us parents, moms, we get those spidey senses, and her spidey senses began to tingle, if you will, and that awakening began to happen during all the COVID lockdowns. She started filing just freedom of information requests in her Bucks County, Pennsylvania area. And at the end of the day, she ended up becoming a journalist celebrated across the nation. So we really want to think about Meg Brock as we welcome in our own, I'm going to call you our independent journalist, mom, Bucks County native, Pennsylvania, Meg Brock. Thanks for being here today, Meg.
Oh, thank you, Don. It's very kind. Thank you for having me.
Well, it's actually true. So in this one, you work with the Daily Caller investigative group. And one of the many things you've uncovered through all of this and through investigations is where our tax dollars go. And I've called Planned Parenthood often, Meg, a money laundering operation. And so in this one, you've uncovered where a lot of this money went. This was a Planned Parenthood affiliate, you say, how much money they received. And this is federal COVID-19 relief money, which essentially is at its roots, at its core, our tax dollars, right? Federal tax dollars. Can you take us through this investigation?
Yeah, this is the piece I did is about a grant that was given to Planned Parenthood Keystone to fund the Rainbow Room, which I'm sure I know you've talked about this on your show many times, and that it's basically an LGBTQ youth program that's kind of like they do a lot of sexual education. They talk about things that I would consider personally pretty explicit topics, and they talk a lot about gender ideology. And so back in the fall, in October of 2022, Democrat Senator in Bucks County, Steve Cesario, announced that there was a $630,000 grant given to the Rainbow Room so that they could start a second Rainbow Room. And he had a big vanity check that said it was signed from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And basically, I found the grant application and discovered that the funds explicitly came from the federal government, and that it was, in fact, our COVID relief that was used to fund and given to Planned Parenthood Keystone to open a second Rainbow Room in Bucks County.
You know, and along the same lines, I will say, too, that there was just a story that I reported, I think, this week or maybe yesterday, and it was about, crumbling schools or infrastructure, and specifically taxes might be going up in Bucks County. They have all of these schools. I think they named 8 schools that need either some or major renovation or tear them down. There's a debate. Taxes might go up. You think about all the needs post-COVID, especially. Do you, in your findings, how do they relate the two? I mean, how does the Rainbow Room, how does that even get justified through COVID money?
I mean, I think people would be really shocked if they found out. Unfortunately, I don't know if the average person really understands enough about what's going on. Hopefully they're starting to. But I think it's shocking. I think when you think about what COVID relief was intended for, it was supposed to help people whose businesses were struggling during COVID. You think about what was done to us, what was done to children during COVID. And even in the grant, there was a specification where it says that this money is supposed to address the impacts of COVID. Not clear how that it did, and I'm not clear how having a youth club that discusses masturbation with children who are 14 to 21, how that is addressing the needs of COVID. But yeah, I think it's pretty shocking. I think when we think about all the needs around us and we think about how much people are already paying in taxes, I mean, families are still struggling. That everything's expensive. Taxes are very high. Foods, it's going to take a while for us to recover from what happened during the last 4 years. So I think that it is upsetting to people for sure.
And so, with this situation, are you getting much reaction, or are they? I know you always, reach out and try to get reaction, justification. Has anybody, Planned Parenthood, anywhere said, well, this is why, here's the connection?
No, I mean, I did ask Planned Parenthood Keystone. I reached out to them several times. I reached out to Steve Cesario. I also mentioned in the piece that Bucks County government actually gave the Rainbow Room, Planned Parenthood Keystone, a $13,500 mini grant in December of 2024. And that was money that came from the opioid settlement. So, there was a statewide opioid settlement, and Bucks County got a lot of money from that. And so I again asked them, I said, how is this addressing the opioid crisis? Yeah. They gave a grant where they're now paying for Uber rides from high schools to the Rainbow Room in Lower Bucks County. And so I don't know. No one answered me to explain how that is addressing the opioid crisis. And I think that's probably also something that's frustrating because there's a lot of people who are suffering from the opioid epidemic, particularly in Bucks County. There are kids who are suffering from it. And so you think, how are these funds, how are they addressing the problems that they're allotted to address?
Mega, I'll switch gears and just talk about things that you've put out on social media, and you've been very active with this, looking into, for example, United Health Group. And, this is, and by full disclosure, this is under my work insurance. This is my health insurance. But just talking about where they're dedicating their dollars, and then thinking about insurance companies that are very profitable. This is a lot of money, and pouring their money into this issue of transgender surgeries, even for children. These are under the age of 18. And it's something I know we've talked about. I've talked with Beth Ann Rossica and many other experts as well about this, that in the UK, in pretty much every other part of the world, they've pulled back from a lot of this because of all of the science, all of the studies that tell people not to do these invasive situations on children because of what happens and the detrimental impact on them psychologically and physically.
Yeah, I mean, there was a scandal. I mean, I wrote about it in the fall about how WPATH, which if your audience is not familiar with, they're the World Professional Transgender Association of Health, and basically they're the largest gender medicine organization. That's being very generous, I think, to call them that. But their science, or their alleged science, has been completely debunked. I mean, it's been very heavily criticized. There's no there, in my opinion, when you open up the hood of all that's going on right now. But their guidelines are very influential, and that's what health insurance companies are using to say that these procedures, like 13 or 14-year-old girls getting their breasts cut off, are quote unquote medically necessary. And I've done a lot of research about just the complication rates. I mean, you think about the surgeries, the genital surgeries. That's a whole nother very disturbing series of events and series of complications. And I think that all of these things are ultimately cosmetic. You cannot change your sex. We know that that's a biologic impossibility. It's impossible for anyone at any age to change your sex. All you can do is modify your body. So there's something quite ironic in that if a 50-year-old man decides he's a woman and wants a boob job, well, that'll be billed as medically necessary, and he can get that covered by insurance. But if a woman who actually has boobs wants to get a boob job, that's cosmetic. And so I say that to show that all of these procedures are cosmetic, and I think they should really be labeled as cosmetic and billed as cosmetic. And that would really, in my humble opinion, for whatever it's worth, I think that would really halt the entire industry.
See, I think what we should all do at once, what every biological across America, we should all say, today I'm a man. I want vagina rejuvenation, and I want perkier boobs. Right there, boom. Put it on your insurance.
But that's actually, you're not by their logic. That is actually what's happening. I mean, you think if that's really all it takes is to declare. It reminds me of the scene in The Office. I don't know if you're an Office fan, but where Michael Scott goes, "I declare bankruptcy," and just shouts it out to the world. I mean, that's where we're at. I declare I'm a man. I declare I'm a woman. I mean, it's so insane. And yet this is what is being taken seriously by the medical community, to your point, where if you actually did that, you know what? You might have a shot. Maybe it's worth a try.
I should do this. It's almost, you can't make this up. It's almost like some kind of like a comedy bit, like a Monty Python bit where, and isn't this the epitome of where the state of being a woman in America, that a man can get his vagina rejuvenation or his boob job paid for before me? That's crazy.
It is crazy. It is crazy. Something I think I wrote recently was about how the purpose of any kind of reconstructive surgery is to repair function, right? To repair function. And you think about these sex change surgeries, they're not only, they're obliterating function. When you talk about the phalloplasty surgery, which is creating a fake penis, they have to they have to go in and mess with a woman's ureter, which is what you use to excrete urine. And there is a high complication of stenosis, meaning that you're going to have a problem, a very high likelihood you're going to have a problem excreting urine after the surgery. And you think about what a major function that is. I mean, my background's in nursing. I know I've had patients who had to go on dialysis because they couldn't excrete urine, because if you can't excrete urine, you die. You have to get rid of the toxins in your body. And so you think about that this is a cosmetic, all this is not restoring function. This is just an attempt to change the way someone's body looks. But we are obliterating functions that are key. This isn't like a minor complication. This is a major complication that could potentially threaten your life. And there are examples of people and young people who have died from the complications or just the mental anguish after these procedures. So I think that there is a lot of questions of medical ethics, whether it's a child or adult, into what are we doing here, and is it really ethically okay? I mean, I would argue it's not.
Yeah, I would agree with you. It's I try to wrap my brain around all of this, and I think we all do. We continue to, and we're very, for the record, I have to always say this: we are all very compassionate, loving people. That's why we're having the conversation.
Exactly.
The way they're doing it, right? Go ahead.
No, I was going to say you're right. There's this lie that, like, I know you referenced the situation in Pennsylvania with the transgender, quote unquote, transgender athlete. I always just say the truth is love, right? I think that there are children who are very vulnerable and are very confused, and they need help, but they need help to be brought into alignment with accepting who they are. Are they a man or are they a woman? Not taking their body and mutilating it and destroying their fertility to try and tell them that who they are is so wrong and so awful. You need to do all those things to be accepted. And it's like, no, we want to get back to basics here. We need to help these kids feel loved and confident in who they are, not in who someone is telling them they need to be.
Amen. Even the final question, I'll throw this out to you, that even though President Trump signed the executive order to make it clear that girls and women will be protected in sports, it doesn't go quite far enough. And until these laws are changed, such as here in Pennsylvania, until all the lawmakers will come on board, and Republicans don't have control, obviously, this situation, and it's happening in real time. I interviewed a mom fairly recently, the case that we're talking about, where, and her daughter is emotionally upset because she's a biological girl. She came in second, in air quotes, in the race. And so this is, and the judge is, Beetlestone, the federal judge here, local in Pennsylvania, not far from where I'm broadcasting in the federal building, said, well, there's no impact, there's no damage being done, to this teenage girl. She's a senior in high school. I'm sure she would love, I'm sure it would help her with scholarship opportunities and empower her and all of that. It's weird to me that she has to explain it and prove damages or whatever that she came in second. To me, I just think we look to our Pennsylvania legislature, and the truth is, Meg Brock, I don't see it happening. I mean, so this is going to continue despite the executive order by Trump.
Yep. No, I mean, you're absolutely right. An executive order can help move the ball forward, but ultimately it's got to be the states passing laws. It's got to be school boards standing up and pushing the issue. And I mean, it just makes me so sad and so angry to hear that a young female athlete, I mean, this is literally, you think about what women fought for to even be able to participate equally in athletics. Yep. You think about all the women that we stand on and who have gotten us to this point, and now we're going to tell the next generation of young women that, well, if a man decides he's you know what, you have no right to even be upset, basically. I mean, that's what you're telling this girl. Yeah. You don't even have a right to feel like you deserve to come in first. It makes my blood boil. Yeah. I wish I could give that young girl a hug and just tell her, like, stand strong, because there are all of us. You, Dawn, I know you're a warrior in this issue. I know for myself, it's the next generation of young women that we are fighting for, and we're going to protect, and we're not going to let those girls be erased, and we're not going to let their dreams be stolen by confused men. No, absolutely not.
Thank you. That's beautifully said. Love you, Meg Brock. You're the best.
Love you too, Dawn.
Have a good one. Meg Brock.
Thank you too. Okay.
We'll keep in touch with Meg as always. She's always working on something great. Isn't she great? I love Meg. 855-839-1210 says it like it is. But all of her great work, these freedom of information requests and just revealing this across our region locally. And I think that is represented across the nation, unfortunately, in certain blue areas, if you will. We have so much more coming up for you. Stay right there.
Hi, it's John Asho, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. It's our grand reopening sales event, and we're pulling out all the stops all month long during this event. Start your savings at Colonial with invoice pricing. You pay what we pay, no markups, plus an additional savings of up to $3,000 in rebates. And you can top it all off with incredible finance offers like 0% financing for 60 months. Save stacks of cash by stacking on the savings all month long during our grand reopening sales event. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. We have over 300 vehicles in stock, Tucsons, Santa Fe's, Konas, and more. Pay invoice on every vehicle in stock only at Colonial Hyundai. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
In stock vehicles only. Trade bonus over KBB fair value. Tax and tags additional. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details.
It's engagement season. Get proposal ready at Family and Company Jewelers during their Viraggio Bridal Show, April 17th through the 19th. They're bringing in new inventory and brand new designs. This is your chance to save hundreds, maybe even thousands on the ring of her dreams. Head to Family and Company Jewelers, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey, April 17th, 18th, and 19th for the Viraggio Bridal Show, only from Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I love the orchestra, the music.
It was fantastic. I saw it before. This one was absolutely marvelous.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
Emma likes WPHT. Emma loves WPHT Talk Radio 1210.
Oh my gosh!
Emma.
That is amazing. I did not know you had that in you. Really? Wait, give me more of that. That's...
Hello. Emma loves you. Emma is red.
Is this the first time you're doing this today? Or did you do this on the morning show?
No, I did not do this on the morning
you
show.
saved this for the... Wow.
They would have lost it.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just feeling silly.
That was like sincerely a really good impression.
Emma loves Donald J. Trump. Love you. Mega, mega Elmo.
Are you a communist, Elmo? Are you sure you're not a communist, Elmo?
Don't believe that man.
No? You're not a communist?
No.
The American people want to know, is Elmo now, or has he ever been, a member of the Communist Party of the United States? A yes or no?
No.
Who is this
Now, are
jerk?
you sure, Miss Kruger? Because he's obviously red.
Oh,
Well,
my
he is a
God.
puppet, but no.
Now, that's not all. He
Elmo's
also has
not a
a
puppet.
very dangerous message about sharing and helping each other. He's indoctrinating our kids that sharing is caring. Now, maybe he's part of a major socialist plot, and maybe that's why the chairwoman is having...
How much is this crap do you want? We
This
can go
is
back
he-
to, we have much more of that. But
He's Representative Democrat, as you may have guessed, Robert Garcia, California's 42nd Congressional District. Oh, they say he's a rising star because he's pimping Elmo. No, this guy is. He's clever, isn't he? He has a picture of Elmo. He's red. Cookie Monster is blue. Blah,
Could you
blah,
be,
blah.
imagine being a staffer that's tasked with printing out a picture of Elmo?
I know. And he has the graphic behind him, and he's prepared all of this. He's very happy with himself. So yesterday, as we know, and it's Marjorie Taylor Greene and others and Republicans and then Comer, and they want to question funding. And so to me, this is really simple. I wish they would have asked many more questions about money, and tax dollars and how much money they get at NPR and all of its subsidiaries. So whether it's radio or whether it's TV, we identified over in the morning show. I know we have the clip. We don't need to replay it, but it was like hundreds of stations across the country that get this federal funding. Now, you will read and you will see, oh, well, it's only a teeny tiny percent of the overall budget nationally. Okay, well, if it's only 1% or 5%, whatever you're claiming, then why do you need it? Because after all, I know some of you may pay. You pay as much as, hundreds of dollars a month or at least $60 a year. There are all these different packages where you can support your local public, television, public radio, NPR, whatever, PBS. All of it is not just Sesame Street. I looked up the number earlier this morning about how much Sesame Street rakes in. They're very profitable. They make a lot of money. So that's really, I think, the focus here. The news media, the coverage is all about Sesame Street. The news coverage is all about NPR.
Pulling at the heartstrings for a show that debuts its new episodes on HBO Max.
What?
Sesame Street. All their new episodes aren't even aired on PBS right now because they have a deal with Max to show their episodes over on Max.
Because HBO...
The production company that does Sesame Street, and they still take funding from PBS.
Yeah. So why do they need it? My bottom line on seriously on all of this, and I know people, the Republicans.
Today's lesson on funding brought to
I know.
listeners like you.
Wouldn't she love? Well, we do love being your neighbor, but the truth is, as far as NPR, PBS, WHYY, they have. By the way, WHYY's facility, the TV part of it at least, a beautiful facility.
Oh yeah.
I have no problem with them, with however they want to run their company. I just don't want to pay for it. And so I'm not here to say, oh, they're left leaning or, oh, they're this or that. I'll just tell you this. If these PBS stations, WHYL, if they were, let's say they were right leaning, maybe Elmo, what if Elmo came out wearing a MAGA hat and said, I love
MAGA. Elmo loves Trump. Elmo wants to make America great again.
That's ridiculously accurate.
Okay, what would you say? Right?
Elmo loves Donald Trump. He's the best president ever.
What would you say?
Sonny, thanks to Trump.
Like, what if that was, right? What if that was happening? I would still say, yo, love we love this. And wouldn't that be nice, quite frankly? Man, they should do that, actually, because they would get, like, half the country where their kids don't want to watch all this crud. And they could, right? But I still don't want to pay for it out of my tax dollars. Even if Elmo loves Trump, even if Elmo wears a MAGA hat, I don't want my tax dollars to go to funding these television or radio stations. So that's how I would word this. So I would just say that all of these different people saying, hey, they're biased, and it's basically what they're saying is that it's another one of those money laundering operations, for Democrats and so on and so forth. Okay, but you be you. If CNN wants to, hire mostly Democrats and they want to be, liberal, left-leaning, then you be you and let the ratings tell the story, right? But we don't fund, to my knowledge, in my tax dollars, your tax dollars don't fund hundreds of millions of dollars to most media entities. The argument that I know the one official said, she said, well, especially we serve rural areas. We serve rural areas because, for things like local sports, she must have said weather because that should be the number one thing, but she didn't. But she said local stories and local happenings. But guess what? That was in the 1960s when they were created, but we have this little thing called the internet. So let's focus. Now, I have done interviews about making sure that everybody has internet access, and I think that's a legit issue. So I believe tax dollars should absolutely, if there are people who don't have internet access or Wi-Fi or whatever, then I think they definitely need it. That's legit. That's an infrastructure issue. But that's not what we're talking about. So I'm just saying whether WHYY, PBS, NPR, whether they support Trump or whether they support Biden or whoever Democrats, that is irrelevant to me. We don't need taxpayer-funded media. Can you think of an argument, 855-839-1210, can you think of an argument to actually use tax dollars to fund these beautiful facilities, by the way? Now, can you think of one reason?
I do have a counter argument.
Okay, go ahead. Let's see. I want it. Bring it on.
1969. Fred Rogers testifying before the Senate Subcommittee on Communications.
And this is in 1969.
1969. Do you want it now or after the break? Because we do have to break.
Ooh. All right. We have to take a quick break. All right. Let's do it after the break if we can.
Mm-hmm.
And let me talk really quick about the wind beneath, because we are not publicly funded. We are not funded by your tax dollars. And so the wind beneath my wings and our wings, the people who allow us to broadcast here are our great sponsors, and one of them being the Piazza Premium Automobiles. This is the studio, the Piazza studio that I'm reporting from. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles. And these are from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. And yes, these models do have sleek new designs, innovative features, powered by the very latest in technology. Right now, they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles. They're available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them. PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
The chilly air mass will begin to lift out of the Delaware Valley today. We'll have plenty of sunshine, still on the breezy side. High temperature closer to average, near 55. For tonight, partly cloudy, not as cold, low 38 for the city, a bit colder out in the suburbs. And for Friday, partly sunny and milder with a high 64.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Got big dreams but not big funds? A home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union helps you leverage the equity in your home and turn it into cash. With flexible terms and great rates for an affordable payment, you can turn your dreams or goals into a reality. There are no restrictions on how the funds can be used. Apply today and get a fixed-rate home equity loan rate as low as 6.24% APR. Visit firstharvestcu.com. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you, but you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate, or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months. Or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If they're successful, I know Senator Kennedy has backed it, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Congress has backed it. Would you be interested in defunding and taking away taxpayer dollars to NPR and PBS?
Well, I would love to do that. I think it's very unfair. It's been very biased, the whole group. I mean, a whole group of them. And frankly, there's plenty. Look at all the media you have right now. There's plenty of coverage. I was from a different age, and they spend more money than any other network of its type ever conceived. So the kind of money that's being wasted, and it's a very biased view, you know that better than anybody. And I'd be honored to see it end. We're well covered. Look at all the people that we have here today.
So President Donald J. Trump, and if you follow him on social media, you saw that he had, again, he was busy, on social media overnight, as he often is, and saying that it's horrible, it's completely biased. You heard him speaking there, being asked about it. But the real issue is the money. So Dan, before the commercial break, our great executive producer, Dan Borowski, had said that you found a counter argument with Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, Fred Rogers back in the day. There was a discussion back in 1969, Dawn, May 1st. Senate Subcommittee on Communications was talking about defunding, as we're talking here, PBS. And he wanted to make the argument as to why he feels his role in society is important. And this is where he ended up. I just want you to take a listen and respond, Dawn. Here you go.
All came to the fore and said, we've got to have more of this neighborhood expression of care. And this is what I give. I give an expression of care every day to each child to help him realize that he is unique. I end the program by saying, you've made this day a special day by just your being you. There's no person in the whole world like you, and I like you just the way you are. And I feel that if we in public television can only make it clear that feelings are mentionable and manageable, we will have done a great service for mental health. I think that it's much more dramatic that two men could be working out their feelings of anger, much more dramatic than showing something of gunfire. I'm constantly concerned about what our children are seeing. And for 15 years, I have tried in this country and Canada to present what I feel is a meaningful expression of care.
Do you narrate it?
I'm the host, yes. And I do all the puppets, and I write all the music, and I write all the scripts.
Well, I'm supposed to be a pretty tough guy, and this is the first time I've had goosebumps for the last 2 days.
Aww.
Well, I'm grateful, not only for your goosebumps, but for your interest in our kind of communication. Could I tell you the words of one of the songs which I feel is very important?
Yes.
This has to do with that good feeling of control, which I feel that children need to know is there. And it starts out, what do you do with the mad that you feel? And that first line came straight from a child. I work with children, doing puppets in very personal communication with small groups. What do you do with the mad that you feel? When you feel so mad you could bite. When the whole wide world seems oh so wrong, and nothing you do seems very right. What do you do? Do you punch a bag? Do you pound some clay or some dough? Do you round up friends for a game of tag or see how fast you go? It's great to be able to stop when you've planned a thing that's wrong and be able to do something else instead and think this song. I can stop when I want to, can stop when I wish, can stop, stop, stop anytime. And what a good feeling to feel like this and know that the feeling is really mine. Know that there's something deep inside
I love this.
that helps us become what we can.
You know, maybe
For
with this...
a girl can be someday a lady, and a boy can be someday a man.
I think it's wonderful.
It is wonderful.
I think it's wonderful.
Mr. Rogers,
looks like you just
thank
earned
you.
the $20 million.
Beautiful, and by the way, making the point of, a girl can grow up to be a a lady, a woman, and boys are boys, will grow up to be young men. But Mr. Rogers, and by the way, from Pennsylvania, the Pittsburgh area, and maybe you didn't realize that he voiced all the puppets. He actually wrote everything. He was a creative soul and very specific about what he wanted on this really loving children's show. He and his wife, Joanne Rogers, they were married back in 1952, and obviously were married until the day he died in 2003. She just passed away a few years ago. 2 sons, Jim and John, raised their boys. But he was just a beautiful, gentle soul, but certainly a creative person. And so I would say that Mr. Rogers actually makes the case. If you think about today on the internet and all of the streaming services, I don't know that Mr. Rogers died a wealthy man or that he wanted to be wealthy, but he was a minister, as you well know. But if Mr. Rogers were alive today and could have, continued on, I would submit to you he would have one of the top podcasts. He would have a top show. He'd have his own show on whatever. And so maybe what we really need is the next, Mr. or Mrs. Rogers, so to speak, the next person with that gentle voice and talking about, children and human beings dealing with the mental health crisis that we have today. What a beautiful message. But the difference in then and now is that, we probably didn't need it then, but we certainly don't need it now. We have so many streaming services and we have the internet. We don't need for taxpayers to fund the next Mr. Rogers or to find him. Quite frankly, if you had a reality show and you did like they do with The Voice or American Idol, and you just did like the next Fred Rogers and just put it out there, you could have a great show and just talk about, people who can speak in a loving way to help people just cope and be positive. That's a hit show, I think. I think a lot of people would be interested in that. Was Fred Rogers, when he was testifying, was he talking about politics? Did somebody look at his history and say, well, you were, I don't know, for Lyndon Johnson, who created the PBS, money and all of that? No. You never knew Fred Rogers' politics. You only knew that he cared. He was a lovely soul. So I think I would submit to you that clip in and of itself is evidence to me we no longer need public funding.
And to your point, I raised this clip because it's great evidence as to how things have changed, because one of the things I grew up on, along with Mr. Rogers, along with Sesame Street, was a show called Arthur. Arthur the Aardvark, I'm sure you're familiar with.
Oh, absolutely.
And Arthur was always apolitical my entire life. He'd occasionally touch social topics, but he'd do it from a very unbiased manner. George Floyd's summer rolls around, Dawn, and take a listen.
Uh-oh.
And now, a message from Arthur.
I gotta call Buster.
Hey, Arthur.
Hey, Buster. Did you see that video?
Yeah, I just watched it. It was awful. I can't believe someone would be hurt like that just because they're black.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take two things that on one hand, maybe it's good to address things that are, consuming everybody, because it was everywhere. And so I wish that he, maybe had not even gone there, but just to talk about how kids can cope with headlines. Do you know what I'm saying?
It happens everywhere. I was talking to Mrs. McGrady the other day.
Everywhere.
She said there's a really long history of black people not being treated fairly in this country.
It has to stop.
We have to do something.
Yeah. But what can we do? I mean, I'm 8. I can't even fry an egg on my own.
I don't know.
And eggs are so expensive.
Maybe Mrs. McGrady can give us some ideas. Hold on.
Hello, boys. I'm so glad you reached out to me. Yes, I saw the video, too.
Is that Elizabeth Warden?
And let me tell you, it made my blood boil.
Me too.
It also made me scared. I mean, this happened in our neighborhood.
It is scary, Buster. But you should know that a lot of grown-ups are fighting racism and working hard to keep us all safe.
I hate that this is like, kids should be enjoying going outdoors. And,
Yeah.
You know, like.
Yeah. And that's a PBS. Obviously, Arthur's a PBS
Yeah.
show, so your tax dollars funded it. And I would just say this, you're kind of fueling the fire rather than, you heard with Mr. Rogers that he was such a captivating person and a reverend. He was just really loving and wanted to give, if the term safe space had existed, if you really want to talk about a safe space, it was this wonderful imaginary land. I just don't remember Mr. Rogers or that show ever being anything other than just really loving and caring, and take your shoes off at the door, change into your other non-uniform clothes or whatever. It was just really sweet.
There were groundbreaking moments because the big moment of he had a mailman who was black for the town, and he invited him. He had his feet. He took his shoes off, put his feet in a pool, and invited him to do the same. Essentially seeing him as an equal, which at the time was not often portrayed on television, especially kids' television.
Which is like so weird.
Yeah, to think back,
But think about how he did that. I know there's a Mr. Rogers movie. Yeah, that the way that he did it was not to hit you over the head with it. Just had his buddy over and just let it be. Let it happen and
they
you
just had
take it in.
a conversation about what's happening that day, and
But yeah, the bottom line is that we have Doge going on. We have all these budget cuts. Earlier this morning, in one of the newscasts on Kale and Company, I had talked about the fact that, the Flyers, our little band, our 4-member band that wrote and created the Fly, Eagles, Fly, our fight song, they've been cut. They've been doged. The Philadelphia Eagles saying, it's a different time and we've evolved. And thank you for your service and all those things.
No.
And so, yeah, they wrote the song. I hope they I hope they own the rights to it, quite frankly.
Yeah.
But this happens all the time, every day in the private sector, and even with the Eagles. I mean, who would you rather see funded with your tax dollars? These guys? Or your local WHYY. And these guys aren't asking for tax dollars. They're like, we'll be fine. We play at weddings. We play everywhere. And they're being really positive. But it is a bummer. I'm just saying. We didn't even know they were paid by the Philadelphia Eagles. All right, we got to take a break.
We did it.
I never had a doubt.
Thank you for supporting WPHT's 8th annual Radiothon.
God bless the Ziomi Army, the 1210 WPHT audience. God bless the Travis Mountain Foundation. God bless all the people that serve our country and our veterans, and thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, AMC Heating, Plumbing, and Air Conditioning. Now hiring experienced technicians. Veterans encouraged to apply. Visit AMCOnTheWeb.com. Tillman Builders. Love your home again with a Tillman Builders renovation. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TRAVEL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TRAVEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Imagine taking a shower that never runs out of hot water. Well, here's some good news. Bradford White's Infinity Series GS and GR tankless water heaters deliver endless hot water whenever you need it. They're highly efficient too, saving you energy and money. Like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. How you heat your water matters. Learn more about our Infinity Series tankless water heaters at BradfordWhite.com.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient at PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
We have some major breaking news, and this is a case that many of you are familiar with. These are three longtime Philadelphia police detectives. The verdict has just been reached in this trial, okay? These three detectives, their careers were tainted, if you will. Former detectives Martin Devlin, Manuel Santiago, Frank Jastremski, all now in their 70s at this point. So they were accused of lying under oath during the retrial of this man, Anthony Wright. So the retrial happened in 2016. Wrongfully, Krasner's office claiming that this guy was convicted wrongfully of rape and murder. So these verdicts just moments ago started. We knew the verdict was in. We're just getting the late-breaking information as we now head to the Dom show. So I know that Dom is all over this as this is just coming in. But in this case, most of the counts I'm seeing as far as lying under oath are that, in fact, the jury is a jury trial and finding these detectives, longtime detectives, clearing them, exonerating them. That's what I'm seeing. The story's just breaking as I speak. But I would imagine moving forward, we will hear from representatives at the very least of these men. I can't imagine, you work as a cop. It's not an easy job as a detective. And then essentially your integrity, your entire career is put into question, and you're accused of doing something that's horrible. I mean, it's obviously it's criminal, it's wrong, but your entire career then becomes tainted, if you will. And so these verdicts reached, and so I know that none of these former detectives, these three gentlemen, I believe they did not take the stand in this trial, though. But the verdict reached in the trial of three former Philadelphia police detectives, and they were accused of essentially skewing the case, throwing the case, and accused of lying under oath during the retrial of this man. So that's one of the headlines. It's a very big headline. Just to review with you, this takes us back to 1991. 20-year-old Anthony Wright arrested, charged with raping and murdering an elderly widow. He was convicted of that crime 2 years later in 93, spent 20 years in prison, and that conviction overturned in 2014, but DNA evidence pointed to another suspect, okay? So, Seth Williams I would love to, have an interview with Seth Williams, the Philadelphia DA at the time. He chose to retry Wright in 2016. And that's when we saw Devlin, Santiago, and Detective Jastrzębski. They were calling them out of retirement, calling them to testify. So this is what's going on. But from what I see right now, and I just saw this scroll across NBC 10, many of these verdicts are not guilty in the case. So we'll continue to follow it. But a major breaking story. Dom Giordano, I know you, of course, will be all over this, Dom.
Yeah, Dawn, and I think the headline to me with Krasner, again, it's all this exoneration stuff. That's what he's about, because then he's as Michael Nutter called him, the great white hope. That's what he plays for in Philadelphia. But when it comes to cops, he will go to the ends of the earth. And what this means now with this, the next cop up, probably the guy that was involved in that shooting in Kensington with a guy who was mentally unbalanced, he will go even further. He'll go further with that just to prove he's right about cops.
Well, we'll continue following the story. It's great that we're live. We're local. Dom's all over it, as well as the other news of the day. Dom's show starts right now.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later. You're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market. With Crash Proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20% and one was over 13%. Unbelievable returns for my first year. And the best thing is, with this volatile market, it's not going to affect me. I know that I'm guaranteed my principal. The double-digit returns that I earned will never be taken away. With the tariffs and a potential trade war, it's going to be a very rough year. But I won't be experiencing any of that pain because I'm involved in crash-proof retirement. I have peace of mind, and I don't have to stay up worrying about it at night anymore.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Nick Hale here for Bucks County Estate Traders. Bring in the savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. It's our buy more, save more event, 15% off every item. And when you buy 3 or more, get 25% off 1 item. Conditions apply. From timeless antiques to designer furniture, rugs, art, and more, refresh your space and save big. Don't miss our spring cleaning promotion, out with the old, in with the new extraordinary. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in-store or shop online at buckscountyestatetraders.com, where your next treasure is waiting.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time, and as Dawn and I were just talking, of course, we'll talk about Larry Krasner and this whole thing. We got a package that I think summarizes it for you, why it's important. But I would be remiss. I'd be violating every talk radio canon that I believe in if I don't play you the Houlihan and Kash Patel yesterday duking it out. The Houlihan was outraged. And in addition to that, RFK Jr. is getting rid of 10,000 people at Health and Human Services. But more importantly, both West Virginia yesterday and McCormick now. McCormick saying they are going to get rid of, they're going to reformulate all those McCormick products. I mean, is there anybody listening that doesn't use McCormick products? How many are there? 500 of them? Ro gets in that aisle, we can't get her out of there. Come on. What's a favorite McCormick product? What is the best seller? Probably the pepper, I would guess, all time. Got to be the pepper, okay? 855-839-1210. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210. So first, here is Houlihan talking with, Houlihan with Kash Patel yesterday, of course, talking about the ongoing controversy, which there's not too much more new this morning, but that did not stop this exchange. The new thing with Kash Patel and Pam Bondi is bringing in the MS-13 leader. If this guy doesn't get the death penalty federally, then I don't know who would deserve it once we go through all the crimes, all the situation that's involved. But here's a little bit of Patel and Chrissy Houlihan from Chester County.
This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. And we're going to continue to let good cops be cops across this country. President Trump gave us the executive decision to go after and safeguard our communities. General Bondi is our warrior of justice leading that charge. Governor Youngkin, it's an honor to be a partner in this operation with you and U.S. Attorney Siebert.
Congresswoman,
I'm
your
sorry.
reaction now seeing these messages put out?
Okay.
Well, clearly these folks have been caught in a huge lie.
I'm sorry, Henry. We'll get to that. That's the MS-13. Let's go to 4 here. Here's what it's Houlihan, the first one from CNN, and talking about the signal chat with Kash Patel.
Folks have been caught in a huge lie. And we knew it was a lie because we knew that the reporter had spoken about what was included in these text messages, which was weapon systems, which was targeting, which was timing. You know, here it says 12:15 F-18 launch, 13:45 trigger-based F-15 launch at target at his known location. How much more specific can you get in terms of things that would absolutely be classified information on a channel that they absolutely know, are willfully aware is not a communication channel that they should be allowed to share this sort of information on? And so heads should roll. People should be fired. Frankly, people should have resigned long ago. I served in the military, had a TSSCI clearance, and had I done something as stupid as this and as irresponsible as this, I would be walking into my commanding officer and resigning long ago.
All right, now here is finally my mistake. Here's cut 5. Here is Patel, and I love the way he handled this with Chrissy Houlihan. You know, Chrissy, we might be concerned, too, about lives in Chester County, about across the country, when you voted not to protect us in the Lakin Riley Act.
Another day has passed. Do you
Well, actually, it was the night before the hearing.
now that another day has passed, do you believe that it's now time potentially for the FBI to open an investigation into this?
I'm not going to comment on that
Because you're the director of the FBI, you don't believe it's appropriate to comment on that?
because there's a process in place. There's an ongoing litigation, and the National Security Council is reviewing this matter. And I'm not going to discuss any open or closed
That
investigation.
ongoing investigation, literally, the lawsuit happened today or yesterday afternoon, and the idea that you don't have an opinion on this at this point is frustrating to me.
No, it's not.
My
I'm not
final
going to
question,
prejudge any
reclaiming my
matters,
time, my
and the men
final
and women of the
question,
FBI
reclaiming my
will
time, reclaiming
call
my
the
time,
balls and strikes.
reclaiming my time,
Not
sir.
you.
Sir, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to have...
Gentlewoman's recognized. You have
Thank
4
you.
seconds remaining.
4 seconds.
No, I have more than
You have
that.
2
because
seconds
Mr.
remaining.
Patel
Shoot
was
it.
not acknowledged.
Gentlewoman's
Chrissy,
time has
shoot
expired.
it. Take the shot. You didn't take the shot. All right, gone home. Did not shoot the ball, Chrissy. 4 seconds, Jim Jordan. 3, 2, 1. All right, so this is ongoing. We have the number one for McCormick. So Where do we have the McCormick guy? Here's the McCormick guy talking about, I think this was on Fox Business, talking about how they're going to reformulate or already are many of the products to be taking out this dye. As I said yesterday, West Virginia is, oh, it wasn't, okay. I just have the Fox Business report. The head of McCormick on one of the CNBC shows saying they're already underway with reformulating it, getting ahead. And they did mention RFK Jr., they're already doing that. Now, this is the lane, again, that I think RFK Jr. can be wildly successful in. We have two big examples here. We have the dyes, and we have the issue of reformulating McCormick products. Let me go to Matt in Delco, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Matt, good afternoon.
Hey, how you doing, Dom?
Good, Matt.
So I'm going to say that McCormick's number one seller is the Old Bay formula seasoning. They sell it not only in the small jars that you and I know, but they also sell it in gigantic, like 55-pound drums.
Well, wait a minute. If we're bringing 55-pound drums in here, how am I going to win here? That's a little bit unfair. I'm talking off the shelves. What, you think it's still number one?
I still do. I think it's almost a nationwide product by name.
Okay.
And you see that on the Chesapeake crabs. You see it on fries.
I feel like it's much bigger in our
probably
area than the
their
rest
number
of the country, though.
Yeah,
You got Maryland, you got the crab fries.
Right, get Chicky and Pete's on. Let's ask them how much Old Bay they use over there. Get the ballpark. They use Old Bay.
Parsley flakes, one of their highest sellers as well.
Yeah, you would be an expert in it. Parsley. Yeah, who puts parsley? Dan, you're not a garnish guy, are you?
Oh, I'm a garnish guy. all the
Henry,
time.
you would
Fresh
not be a
herbs, you
garnish
kidding me?
guy. You want your steak, and you're not putting parsley
We have a basil
on it.
plant
Yeah,
in the
I
kitchen.
don't understand. I guess that makes it look
Oh,
nice.
come
But what
on.
are we doing?
Yeah,
here?
exactly. Right. Roe has a basil plant there, too, which
They
I
also
completely
own,
ignore.
also own Frank's Red Hot and
Ooh, right.
Laurie's, the flavor maker, and they do those grill mates as well that are pretty big sellers.
I'm a big consumer of the Frank's Red
Yeah, but
Hot,
don't you
so.
think pepper would have to be number one?
I don't feel like they've
Pepper,
cornered.
I guess.
have they cornered the market on pepper?
Yeah,
though?
I feel like generic pepper
well-
might be the better way to go.
Oh,
Who knows?
Old Bay does have pepper in it.
All right.
There we go.
Matt's like Leslie the other day
Don't be a
trying
stranger, Matt.
to tell us Springsteen wasn't the biggest act ever at the Main Point. Come on, it's got to be Well, I'm a pepper guy. You know, when they come around with the pepper, just come over here.
Yeah,
Keep
I was
coming,
listening to that.
keep
That was
coming.
BS because
Yes.
Billy Joel is a much bigger act than Bruce
Thank
Springsteen.
you.
Of
You're
course. Oh, yeah. What universe? He's like Kirby Puckett.
In every state besides New Jersey and Pennsylvania.
That's
It's the
another
universe.
lie. That Kirby Puckett had a great run, belongs in the Hall of Fame, but he was only an 8 to 10 year player, right? Henry's a 320 hitter.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's not a guy.
Are you
that
saying
had
that Billy Joel had a short career?
a short career in the sense of meteoric? We kind of agreed on that the other day.
The Stranger was 77, and he was going
Yeah.
strong through the 90s.
I don't think you could sell his what do they call it? His collection, like they did Springsteen's. They couldn't wait to give him $500 million. He's
Yeah.
up there with the Beatles.
Stormfront was 89.
Okay.
Well, Piano Man was 73, so from 73 to at least 89, he was killing it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm not dismissing him. I just think this exercise in trying to find somebody bigger. He was a nothing then. He slept on the guy of WYSP's couch, Springsteen, when he was in town, then played the Main Point. Henry just longs for the days of the Main Point, so he's kind
I
of
do.
distracted here. Yes. All right. So phone lines are 855-839-1210. Now, as far as we've got a great guest today, the Secretary of HUD, Housing and Urban Development, is on, and he is all over one of the biggest things that shocks people, and that is that illegal immigrants, illegal aliens, were able to get HUD mortgages, help with that, getting a home. And they are putting an end to that. Why was it in there at all at any time? We'll find out. He's here at 1:15 today. But they also know about Kensington. They have a lot to say about that. I think the guy that heads HUD, Scott Turner, is going to be very active. You're going to see him out there, not like it usually is with HUD. The only time you hear about it is when someone's arrested, corruption. Think Jersey and HUD. Those two things go together. So he'll be here. Let me give you this side question. We stumbled upon this yesterday after the show. Well, maybe not so much stumbled. It was yesterday or today, Henry, that Constantinople, which is an all-time great name for a big city, was changed to Istanbul. Now, Constantinople is Christian. Istanbul, I'm not sure if it's Muslim or not, but that's what they were doing by changing the name. And a light went off saying, you know what? Isn't it time? We've never done this before. We talk about name changes. That could be any kind of, the biggest example we can give you right now, Gulf of America from Gulf of Mexico. That's an all-time. But I looked it up, that Friends originally was entitled 6 of 1.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yes.
What does that even mean?
I know, exactly. And, of course, I don't call it whatever it is now. I still will always call it Burma. You know, I see Burma on the map. Yeah, it's not Myanmar. That's Burma over there, kids. And finally, Mount McKinley is now back under Trump from whatever it was, Delali, to Mount McKinley. Because Trump likes McKinley, and McKinley was a big tariff guy. All right, so we're looking for some kind of change. If you have a story, maybe, I don't even remember what Columbus Avenue is now. I just call it Front Street, anything. That's Front Street. I'm not calling it whatever they say it is. I don't call it Kelly Drive. I don't call it anything to avoid it. It used to be East River Drive. I don't say Kelly. I didn't like what they did there. So, Henry, what's yours since you came up with this one?
Yeah, so let's talk about some name brand recognition being destroyed by, dumb CEOs. How about Max, the artist formerly known as HBO Max? You know, why have the name brand recognition of HBO in your title when you can just have a searchable name on the internet like Max? Ugh, it just disgusts me.
I don't know about you. I haven't heard you say it. I'm never going to call it X, even though that's cooler than Twitter. I just stick with Twitter when someone says X. Yeah. Not only that, little X is getting annoying that he's out there all the time.
That one annoys me.
I don't want to give him credit.
To no end, because you think about it, you want when you build a brand, the entire purpose of building a brand is to create a verb from your brand name.
Right.
So when you send something out, you're tweeting it. You know, you want to have Twitter, you want to own it. Now it's just what did they call it? Posting.
Posting. Yeah.
X,
everyone else does it.
Yeah. X and Z are overused too. All right, doesn't make it cool, but cool with Z at the end of it. I mean, come on.
Speaking about being cool, Dom.
Yes.
Remember when Radio Shack switched to the Shack?
Yes. That's a good one.
Oh, it sounds
that
terrible,
was very good.
It?
Well, I agree.
That sounds like.
But why would you want to go
like
shopping at a Shack?
Well, because somebody comes in that just says, "Oh, I have a brilliant idea." They can't let it alone. That's something wildly successful. They have to change it. That's what it's about.
And their argument was that, the technology of radio has become somewhat outdated, and they need to adapt to a more changing.
Yes, exactly.
That's insulting. Damn it.
Do they still ask for all your information there when you buy something, too? That used to be a Radio Shack thing.
Do they even exist?
Fill out paperwork.
I have not seen. The last one I know was over in Chestnut Hill. All right, so Henry, yours was Max from HBO Max.
Yes, correct.
Good one. Dan, do you have one?
Oh, the Shack. I have the Shack.
Oh, the Shack with Radio Shack.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Also had X as well.
Yeah.
I have more that we can go through.
Okay, as we go through. Okay. You can hit us at 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Today is opening day, too. So here's a question. What will Henry talk about in the sports report today? A hockey coach being fired, the Flyers, or, as suggested, our predictions for how many games the Phillies will win, and will they make it to the World Series, et cetera.
Why not both, Don? We got to talk about your fellow Paisan getting canned, or maybe he quit. Who knows?
I would like to play for a guy like that. He strikes me as like a Bobby Knight type.
Yeah, well, it seems the Flyers didn't want to play for him anymore. So
exactly. All right. No puck talk until then. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Got the head of HUD coming up. We're trying to get with Seth Williams. We'll play you a little synopsis. These three detectives, wrongly attacked by Larry Krasner, not once but twice, now have been exonerated. And this is all part of a case in which Krasner says we're bringing the innocent home. Thus, he thinks that he is, that's how he gains in the African-American community. He's a great white hope. Michael Nutter called him that. He got stung again today, so what will he do? He'll go after more cops. That's exactly where it goes. By the way, if you missed it yesterday, Henry or Dan probably saw, I don't know if you did, Henry, but Rich had on somebody who used to be inside the Stern camp.
Grillo.
And, boy, a number of people, somebody retweeted this. We're trying to figure it out from Rich. It's stunning, over 1.3 million views.
Whoa, with
yeah.
With Steve?
Yeah, we could put Dan up there telling stories about Stern.
Yeah, well, I don't have the kind of chutzpah.
Okay.
He was often on air, and he would have beefs on it. It was great. He was a great character for the show.
But still, are those people that care about Stern, are those people that are appalled? I mean, if we did a side question with him, it's just like the biggest letdown, the biggest negative change from one point to another is Stern. It's beyond. COVID did it to him, or it was coming before that. I don't know. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that name change. Maybe one you want to go off you really don't like. And also, we're watching, there's not too much more of an update other than, and I would say you can argue, is it over with the signal thing? And when the dust settles, it's going to be what we see? No. They're going to keep this up because they don't have anything else. Will the media continue to cover it? Yes. I don't think Fox is covering it very much at all. There's nothing breaking on it. Other than some people might have been on their private phones on this also, because the phone that they use, it's encrypted, the signal thing and all that, there is allegation the government phone sometimes breaks up, there's trouble with it, etc. So we will see how that plays out. 855-839-1210.
We did it. I never had a doubt. Thank you for supporting WPHT's 8th Annual Radiothon.
God bless the only army, the 1210 WPHT audience. God bless the Travis Mountain Foundation. God bless all the people that serve our country and our veterans, and thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar. Online at emmonsroofing.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, the finest collection of high-end and vintage furniture. Visit their huge showroom in Hatfield.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my happy place, the Oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. Yes, we're coming back for our live shows this year, but wow, they have so many amazing events and promotions happening right now. It's never too early to book your Easter Kids Spring Break Getaway, available April 13th through April 24th. Book 2 nights, save 5%. Stay 3 or 4 nights, save 10%. 5 nights or more, save 15% off regular rates. Breakfast is included in all packages. Memorial Day is going to be here before you know it, so book your Memorial Day weekend stay or your summer vacation. Get your dates booked now and get the best rooms. They will sell out. They always do. The Grand offers guest rooms, suites, and townhouses to accommodate family gatherings of all sizes, so you can make memories to last a lifetime. You'll enjoy the indoor and outdoor heated pools, Hemingway's restaurant, the bar on the property, the pool bar, arcade for the kids, and so much more. Book direct today for the best rates. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? What? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. So we got this Larry Krasner stuff, as I told you. We're trying to get Seth Williams on. Essentially, these detectives were hounded to the ends of the earth that they lied in a retrial of a guy. You know, all the stuff that Krasner brings home, and they've just been found not guilty. They've just been relieved of that. Innocent, if you will. It's just another example of what he does. So I do hope Pat Dugan can jump into this and make this case across the entire Northeast, South Philly, where people still support police officers. That's what this is about with this guy. But Nick Kale, not in the nap room, just texted me saying it's got to be Old Bay. Nick, if you're listening, call us. If you're not hitting golf balls. And he says that he puts it on everything, or mainly on steaks.
Really?
Yeah.
Steaks. Interesting.
Yeah, so come on. But pepper is still, the pepper guy comes around. No one refuses the pepper guy.
But is it McCormick pepper? That's the question.
we don't know what's in. But
Like,
there's
I'm
something.
not buying name brand pepper. I'm buying Walmart pepper.
Walmart pepper.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? Great
Well,
value.
You know,
Great, but yeah.
You think they do something special to their black peppercorns?
Oh, I'm sure. We ought to get that guy on so he can take a. What dyes are in McCormick, though? How many products? What would be the dye that's in there? So you can see that Kennedy's already working. Just stick in this lane. Don't go outside the lane. I know some of you want the vaccine lane. I want the food lane. Stay in the food lane. Let's get that done. Get the dyes out. Guy talking about reformulated. Yes.
Well, there's silicone dioxide in chili powder. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I don't know
I don't know
if
if that's
it's an anti-sticking agent. So.
Yeah. Okay. You know, and there's a reason why these companies are going to have trouble reformulating. Some of them put it in there. We went through this, and we had quite a debate. The red dye to appeal to you visually. It looks better. I'm not eating that crap. It's brown. But some of it is going to be on a shelf. I mean, how would RFK Jr. say they shouldn't put that in to keep it from sticking? I mean, what are they supposed to do?
Shorten their expiration date.
Yeah, but
like these caking agents and the non-stick agents,
yes,
like the stuff that you have between tortillas.
Yeah,
I hate to say, if you buy tortillas in another country, you got to make sure those things don't stick because they're not allowed to have that anti-caking agent between it to make them, separate.
All right, so let's. This is a good exercise of the big picture of RFK Jr., which is, I get that, but these things, they can't predict exactly how quickly they're going to sell McCormick's every item. Should they have some leeway here? So the caking agent, I think, is somewhat legit for them. It's not enhancing a product. It's just something they have to do because how long might it sit on the shelf?
That's fair. I mean, you're also taking the side of like big food corporations, though.
Oh, heaven forbid! Tom's a big. At least I'm not with Big Soda.
For the people here, not for big nameless corp, not for big McCormick.
Well, no, I think it helps the consumer though. So do you want to pay more for those that are fresh and have non-sticking agents?
I don't think it helps. I think it just adds to shelf life.
Yeah, right. But they have to.
But, I mean, the turnover on shelf life, when you go to the store, your expiration dates might be shorter, but the ones that have to deal with throwing out the expired products are the supermarkets themselves and the corporations. And, I really think that we have a situation here where supermarkets and corporations have valued essentially shelf life over the health of citizens, and that's evident when you look at other countries that don't do the same thing and have the same standards that they've had the entire time, not using technology to figure out how cheese doesn't stick together or using wood pulp as an anti-caking agent.
I hate the anti-caking agents on cheese.
I will have to.
Right?
Yeah.
When I'm in Sicily, I'm going to ask the guy, hey, how long has that cheese been sitting on that shelf, buddy? All right, let's go to Mitch. Route 476. F side. All right. Mitch,
How
good
you doing?
afternoon. How you doing, Mitch?
Doing fine, thank you. My name changes, two of them. Bombay, India to Mumbai, India.
Yeah, don't say Mumbai on this show. It's never changed. It's always Bombay to me.
Okay, the next one was Datsun. The car manufacturer became Nissan.
So you still call it Datsun?
I call it Nissan.
Oh, you call it Nissan. All right, thank you, Mitch. I'll put the Bombay to Mumbai is a good one.
Just
All
want
right.
to stress.
Yeah, I don't know why. Why that has any kind of cachet. All right, here's a little bit from NBC 10 talking about this case that's just been dismissed with these three detectives who I think have not been detectives for quite a while. Not that they were bounced. I think they retired. That doesn't stop Krasner. Just imagine if Krasner were as vigilant, as vigorous, going after real criminals as he is going after cops. Here's what's just happened.
The perjury trial of retired detectives Marty Devlin, Manuel Santiago, and Frank Jatremski is now in the hands of a jury. The charges stem from the 2016 retrial of Anthony Wright, whose murder conviction was overturned after DNA evidence pointed to another suspect. He was acquitted in the retrial. The detectives were accused of making false statements in the retrial and in 2017 when they were deposed following a civil rights lawsuit Wright filed against them and the city of Philadelphia. The reasons for perjury and false swearing differ for each detective. Devlin was accused of making false statements in connection with Wright's interrogation and statement to police in 1991. Santiago is accused of the same and of false statements regarding his prior knowledge of DNA testing. The allegations against Jatremski are also about prior knowledge of DNA testing. Additionally, he is charged with making false statements about the search he did on Anthony Wright's bedroom in 1991.
Okay. All right, we've got a pretty good summations here. So it's been dismissed against them.
Well, most have been dismissed. There are a couple counts that are. So Jastremski was guilty of one count. False swearing in official matters. That was for the false testimony of the 2016 retrial regarding prior knowledge, but is not guilty of all the other counts. Devlin, not guilty of any counts. Santiago, though, guilty of 2 counts. 1 count of perjury, 1 count of false swearing in official matters for the false testimony.
All right, so
Marty Devlin is fully...
okay, are we going to bill this then to Krasner got his man? I'm not ready to say that here. Okay. Again, this is his M.O., and any number of people that have been so-called exonerated, that Krasner's got exonerated, end up committing other crimes. It's going to be interesting, and it's in May. It's not too far down the road. It's about like 6 weeks. We're going to have the next iteration of this. I do hope Judge Dugan comes back on the show. We'll see how that goes. I know it's a work in progress. Coming up, more of your calls, 855-839-1210. And at 12:45, we're going to talk with State Senator Tracy Pennequick, who is the lead person, one of the lead people. Yesterday, the Senate in Pennsylvania voted to vote out of the appropriate committee. Now it goes to the full Senate to vote on the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, okay? We also have the lawyer. We have the lawyer and the mom on of the girl in Montgomery County who was in a track meet, beaten by a male, a biological male, and just said to him, she went up and said, "You didn't win, you're a boy." And for that, she's charged with bullying and all other kinds of things. Well, the other side is out there in the Inquirer today saying how cruel it is to keep so-called trans girls out of women's sports. But they had to vote in Harrisburg, and the senator will break that down. It went 7-4. The one woman, this Williams woman from the suburbs, Democrat, said, well, girls compete against boys all the time. Why are we making such a big deal out of this? We know they can do it. Just think about that for a moment, how ignorant you are. I think it's Lindsey Williams, how ignorant you are of how close this is for young women in swimming events, running events, whatever it might be. And you're just going to tell them they're going to have to suck it up and compete against these boys that have every advantage, wanting to negate that. How in the world can you say you support women's sports if you don't get that fundamental fact? Ryu Gaines has talked about this constantly. To shave 1/100 of a second off in some of those swimming races. what it takes to do that. And suddenly you're racing against a 6'4" male who might be mediocre among men in a joke, but has that advantage. How ignorant these people are. You know, you would think somebody would testify. I just would go there, drive all the way to Harrisburg. Give me 30 seconds. You're ignorant. How do you like that? Come on over here. Let's put a hoop in here, Lindsay. Give me the ball, and let's see if you can stop me. Let's see what's going to happen. I don't care where you play. Let's see if it's going to happen. This idea of taking this away from women, trying to argue that it's cruel to do this. That's why we got to get this through the House. If it does, then Josh Shapiro has to rule on it. All right, we'll get to that a little bit later. And at 1:15, we have the Secretary of HUD, our first cabinet officer in this new term, coming on with big news. They're rooting out and stopping mortgages, home mortgages through HUD for people that are here illegally. You're saying, well, come on, Don, what's the big deal about that? Well, it's a gigantic operation, hundreds of billions of dollars. You try getting to the bottom of it. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Trump orders 25% tariff on cars not made in the United States. I'll check and see how the market is digesting that, but your calls are all straight ahead.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Will new tariffs impact small businesses? Rising costs and economic uncertainty can hurt your bottom line. But with Swish Funding, your business can stay strong. We offer fast, flexible funding solutions from $10,000 to $2 million for working capital, cash flow, and more, and as little as 24 hours with no collateral needed. If your business earns at least $50,000 per month and has been around for over a year, you could qualify today. Go to swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
It's Jack Daniels Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniels Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick and Glenside Saturday, April 5th, and help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com!
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, one objection, Henry and Dan, in that Joe. Dan, you may not have been in there for that, but in that Joe Conklin spot, they don't mention the secondary position that I'm in, and Bernie Perrant's in the third position here.
Oh, come on.
I am not going there. Somebody get over to the Keswick. It's not this Saturday, right? The 5th. It's a week from this Saturday. Anybody driving by the Keswick, I want to know what that says on the bill outside. Does it say Joe Conklin in City Orchestra, Dom Giordano, and then down maybe they squeeze it in the small font?
I'm sorry.
Bernie Perrant.
How many Conn Smythe trophies do you have, Dom?
I never endeavored to do that. How
about Vezina Trophy? Any of those?
No, but
he does.
It's
actually.
a minor sport. Yeah.
How about how many Hall of Fames are? Oh wait, actually, that's not a good question.
Yeah, that's right.
You might outshine him in Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I'm in the Broadcast Pioneers Hall of Fame. Someday the Radio Hall of Fame, I'm sure. They're working on that.
He's only in one.
He's only in one.
The Hockey Hall of Fame.
As far as you know.
Yeah, as far as
Yeah, and then there's the English translation. Not that I'm saying that with Bernie. Well, he speaks 2 languages. He's got the advantage here. All right. We may have to have a little contest there then. Bring Bernie up there since he's in the third row. We may not like that.
Quebec Hall of Fame. I'm looking here.
I think he'll just wave from the audience. I have to go up and introduce Conklin. So,
are you calling him out?
You gonna do that?
You gotta say something, Bernie?
Hey, Bernie Perrant's here. Okay.
You gonna do that Vito Corleone impression?
No, I asked him about Tortorella. Yeah, exactly. I guess Conklin, he's got another advantage. Doesn't do an impression of me that I know. That'd be good. That's when you're living if he does one of you. But I know he does Bernie Perrant, or at least I think he does. Okay, 855-839-1210. So we got a YouGov survey, a poll out. What do Americans think about the signal leak? 74% of Americans think it's a that's 53%, or somewhat serious problem. I think they do, from what they know. Now, are people looking at that as the biggest thing in the world? Do they think it's a problem? It is a problem, what they did. That doesn't mean 74% of Americans are saying, you got to fire all these people. They're not saying that. But let's not go around saying this doesn't have to be dealt with. And there's still 2 outstanding things to deal with this. 1, figure out how did it happen. We're still getting conflicting things in that. 2, not be on signal for anything like this. That's the bottom line. When this all shakes out, I think nobody's going to be fired. At least I hope not. And I still think the media, you got that yesterday, that clip Dan had of this Gomez guy. They want to make this about Hegseth, and they want to throw in that he was drinking. In fact, here is this Congressman Gomez taking a second shot at this. He was asked, this is cut 19. I may stop it here. He was asked if Hegseth was drunk. Why did he bring that up?
Why do you ask that question? Well, I asked that question because it was on top of a lot of constituents. This is an issue that was brought up during the Secretary Hegseth's confirmation hearing to an extent that he had to make a promise not to drink if he was confirmed. That is a big deal. I've never had a promise to not drink on the job. I don't think you had to ever make that promise. That's something that's obvious that you don't do. And here's the fact. The decision for him to put war plans on a signal chat that's not secure hours before the operation risks lives. So 1, you either don't know that it's not a secure app. 2, you don't know that the Chinese and Russians are on your phone. 3, you don't care. Or 4, somehow your inhibitions were lowered and your decision making was compromised. I just need to try to find out what's the fact, because our men and women deserve better.
All right, let's stop him there. You know what? Let's push back. If we had him on the witness stand, Gomez, and asking him a few questions over the course of his career. I don't know him well enough to see some of the decisions he's made. But again, there's no evidence of Pete Hegseth drinking on the job and all that happened here. And we all know you had a former defense secretary, I wonder what Gomez said about that, who just checked himself into the hospital with serious things and didn't tell the president even or anybody else. And this went on quite a few times with Austin, General Austin. So bringing up his drinking here just shows you once this gets out there, they're going to seize on this because they have nothing else. Do Americans care about this? Yeah, I think they do. I wish people would stop saying, it must be good to live into that, to say, people don't care when they hear this. They do. They get the central prevent. And they think the bottom line is stop being on signal or anything like that. Just stop it. Don't do it. Let's be honest with each other. Support all you want. You got to say, no, don't do this. I think it's important to investigate Goldberg, how he got into this, the whole thing. But don't do signal for something like this. Yeah, I understand classified versus non, but lives could have been at risk. Do not do signal. This has to be treated differently. All right, coming up, we're going to talk about this. The bill cleared the Women's in Sports Fairness Act, cleared the Senate committee yesterday, 7-4. Although people like Tim Kearney out there in Delaware County, he had to vote to say no. Boys ought to be in girls' sports. Tim, you can call here and tell us why you did that. We're going to talk, though, with someone who led the other side due to her background and how this goes next. It gets through the Senate, then what happens? All right, that's straight ahead with Dom. As I've said, you just don't visit Sicily. You fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. It's the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, Spaniards, Germans. Who else? The Giordanos and Talk Radio 1210 are coming to Sicily. Get ready. I hope you'll join me in Rome for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe and Sicily and Calabria, too, this fall. We're headed again with the best tour operator in Italy, Conservative Tours. All this, $55.44. You're not going to beat that. That includes airfare. That includes these fabulous dining events. It's not just the food. It's the ambiance. I mean, I remember, and it's 2 years this summer, our event sitting at a table with Leslie and everybody else. The guy had a Trump hat on who owned the restaurant in Venice. I don't know how many bottles of wine were consumed. I know there was only 5 or 6 people there at the table, it seemed like, but they were ordering extra. It becomes this bonding experience. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, sunny Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Give Conservative Tours a call right now because the Godfather Tour, don't forget that. The locales from the movies are there. We're visiting them. Call 888-733-9494, 888-733-9494. Go to conservativetours.com. The crown jewel of Sicily, that has to be Taormina. We will see you there, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. It's ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. And don't forget Savoca. Call 888-733-9494.
Keswick Theater welcomes The Rascals on April 18th, Almost Queen on May 10th, and Harry Chapin's Greatest Stories live on May 17th. Tickets are on sale at keswicktheater.com. That's keswicktheater.com.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Family-owned Kitchen Magic has been making dream kitchens come to life for over 45 years. With endless options, colors, styles, and expert guidance, Kitchen Magic has brought over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens to life with all new cabinetry, refacing, countertops, and storage solutions. The best part? Right now, enjoy 40% off installation when you visit kitchenmagic.com. That's right, an amazing 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com now and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Kitchen Magic, where magic happens every day.
This is a special notice to all U.S. taxpayers with back taxes to the IRS. Billions in tax relief is now being made available to struggling taxpayers, giving thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars in savings away to those who qualify. If you're facing wage garnishment, threatening letters, audits, liens, levies, or already in a payment plan, you can now expedite the resolution to your tax problem, end collections, and even qualify to reduce a large portion of what you owe. Stop IRS Debt has established a relief hotline for you to call to check what savings and options you qualify for. Dial 800-759-3413. With many people facing job loss and rising cost of living, these special IRS initiatives are designed to aid delinquent taxpayers with the relief that they need to get a fresh start. For a free consultation to see what savings you qualify for, call 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413. 800-759-3413.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Welcome in. So yesterday, the Senate, the committee involved with this, the bill, Fairness in Women's Sports, moved it forward, voted it out of committee 7-4. But a lot was said by the Democrats in this. It's just incredibly revealing about how little they know, including, I mentioned the one Williams. Maybe we'll get her on the show. You know, girls, here's what she said. I think she said that the bill assumes that female bodies are less than male bodies, that girls are an automatic disadvantage and can't possibly compete against boys, even though girls do it every day. Lindsey Williams. Let's have Henry put a star on that one. Would love to get Miss Williams on. Test her sports knowledge. You're our sports guy. Maybe give her 4 or 5 questions here that might show why she has this expertise. But right now, let's go to State Senator Tracy Pennycook to talk about it. She's on the committee and voted to move it forward. Tracy, State Senator, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having me today.
Do you think Lindsey Williams would be an expert witness against Riley Gaines, who told us, Tracy, how much it took her to shave 1/100th of a second off her swim time?
I think Lindsey Williams has absolutely no idea about basic biology.
Or competition. You know what I mean? How
or competition. Yeah, I this is so frustrating because this is about opportunity for women. That's all it's about. We just want to give women a level playing field and opportunity to compete in sports. And all of a sudden, it's being taken away from us. And that's why we had Title IX. And that, the ability to have a opportunity to play a sport is so important for young women. And we've got to get this right. And I hope that they come around and understand that women need these opportunities.
Well, exactly right. Now, Senator Tim Kearney surprisingly voted with Lindsey Williams, with the Democrats, to say, no, this can't move forward. Yet he said, I think we all agree it was something that probably should have been stopped about Leah Thomas. Well, you're not going to stop Leah Thomas unless you have a law that says that Leah Thomas can't compete. How are you going to stop Leah Thomas then?
You're absolutely right. And just to be able to say, well, because I identify as something does not make it true. I mean, I would love to be, a duchess, but I'm not a duchess. And just calling myself a duchess
Wait a
does
minute,
not make it true.
Why the Duchess? Why did you seize on the Duchess?
Well, because, I have this fascination with the royal family, but,
Okay.
it's so absurd. And when you really take a good look at what's happening is people who can't compete, and Leah Thomas is a perfect example, was mediocre on the boys team and then was beating out women on the women's team.
Yeah, easily. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it was a joke. And the bad thing about this whole, Leah Thomas situation is you're getting undressed in front of a fully intact male in the locker room. I do not want my daughters or my granddaughter to have to be in a locker room with a male. That's not appropriate.
Next time that
But yet
comes
it's
up, Tracy,
appropriate.
in the heat,
Yes.
Senator, of the debate, you can reference me, which will get them going, but reference Riley Gaines, who told me the swimsuit, this is so competitive, the shaving and the swimsuit and all that. It takes 15 minutes for that to fit you before you swim. You just don't step into a swimsuit like you and I would. 15 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
The absurdity of taking away positions and opportunities from girls to give them to a boy is absurd. It is absolutely nuts. And no one in their right mind should think that that's okay, to take away an opportunity from a young girl or college-age girl. What are we doing? That's why we have Title IX. That's why we have basic, that's why we have a boys' room and a girls' locker room, so that the sexes are divided in high school. Boys should not be in the girls' locker room. That's not appropriate.
So this moves forward now to the Senate, where most of us think, do you think any Democrat in the Senate, here's what I want to take your temperature on, is the last time this happened, Wolf vetoed it, but as I remember it, even in the House, there were several Democrats who voted for it, and I think the smarter Democrats probably tell you, they realize on this, even though they hear the mob, pressuring them, that this last election, the Trump people spent $40 million on this. I would have spent triple that because it was a winning issue. Do you think any Democrats in the Senate will vote for this Fairness in Women's Sports Act?
I hope they do.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a few that may flip. I think if they're smart, they'll look at this and say, look, we do not want to have boys in the girls' locker room. We do not want boys winning women's championship titles. It is about giving girls an opportunity to compete. And when you say, well, I'm going to let boys in because they want to identify as a female, no.
Yeah. Well, let me give you the word to choose, and it's in the Inquirer today. We had on the mom and daughter in Montgomery County who had to race against a boy. I think it was cross country. The girl was very good, but she still lost. And she just, as the boy in the shaking hand, said, you shouldn't have been in this. You're a boy. You wouldn't win otherwise. For that, she was charged with bullying by the school district. So the mom of the girl now, of the boy that raced in this, said, and the lead word in the Inquirer is, you and I are cruel by trying to stop thwarting these trans kids from playing sports.
Actually, you know what I think is cruel? Is not looking at your child and saying, you may feel that way, and I'm going to support you, and I'm going to love you, but I'm not going to do anything that could be irreversible to your body, whether it's drugs or surgery. I'm going to wait until you are a consenting adult, and then you can do whatever you want. But until then, I'm going to support you, and I'm going to love you, but I'm not going to chemically castrate you or put you through any medical procedure that is not necessary. We've got to protect these children. And I've watched some detransitioners, and it's heart-wrenching how people turn on them because they're not buying into this social engineering experiment. And that's where my concern is these kids that are being pushed into this. And maybe they're just, God forbid we actually say, you know what, you're a teenager. Being a teenager is hard. and you don't know how your body's changing, and you've got all these emotions, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with feeling different. I had a daughter who wanted to be a bank robber or a pirate. I certainly didn't cut off her legs so that she could be a pirate.
You've used that. You've been sitting on that line. Come on. You've been on that line before. Come on.
I have. And let me tell you.
Duchess
daughter,
Tracy Pennycook said on the Dom Giordano show, she likes pearls.
Yeah, exactly. This whole situation is frustrating. I think parents need to step up and be parents and not coddle their children, but put some guardrails up so that their kids can find out about themselves without going to such an extreme.
Exactly.
You could be a girl and be a tomboy. There's nothing wrong with being a tomboy. Some would say I was a tomboy. I wanted to be a helicopter pilot. There were not a lot of women that were helicopter pilots. That doesn't mean that I had to be a male to be a helicopter pilot. I could still be a female. I'm a mom. I'm a grandmother. You can do things that are quote unquote male dominated, like being in the military, and still be a female.
Exactly. So Penny, Tracy,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Parting area here. So now the test, it'll come to the Senate. I think it will pass. Hopefully a few Democrats, maybe that adds some leverage. Will the House even take this up? And what can be done to force this on an issue that people obviously care about to at least vote on the House bill?
Well, I think that, the listeners need to call their local representative and say, I want to see this come to a vote on the House floor.
Okay.
I think that's what it's going to take. And I think that pressure is going to have to be placed on the Democratic leadership to say, look, this is not a winner takes all. This is compassion for both sides, making sure that everyone has an opportunity in the right category. It's not hard. It's not. This is all about the science.
Yeah,
You're
exactly
either a
right.
boy or a girl.
Thank you, Senator, very much. We learn a little bit more each time. So each time we can have you back, we'll remember these things.
Sounds good. Dom, have a great weekend.
You too. Thank you, Tracy. Thanks, Senator Tracy Pennycook. All right, 855-839-1210. Coming up 1:15, we will talk with the HUD Secretary, our first cabinet-level person that we've gotten on in Trump Part 2. We're working on all the others. Slow progress, month by month. And we'll find out, how are they going to cut off people that are here illegally from getting HUD loans for houses? You get in, though, and I can tell we got a lot of great ones. Give us that name change. Yes, I'm coming to you on all that Old Bay stuff. Nick Cale's probably agitating this. 855-839-1210.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
This is Merrill Reese. When you think of Impriano Roofing and Siding, you probably picture a sturdy roof or beautiful siding. Did you know they offer stunning entry doors, from secure steel and fiberglass doors to gorgeous glass designs? Impriano gives your home a fresh, beautiful look, all while keeping it safe and secure. Imagine vibrant colors and custom glass that'll wow every guest. Right now, get a brand new entry door and make no payments for 18 months. Call Impriano today to get started. The best homes have an Impriano roof and doors. Visit Impriano. Cipriano.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
The PPA is going to start charging you to park in loading zones. They're installing new cameras and loading zone signs to enforce it. The Penn Health system is eliminating about 300 positions, but no patient care services or programs will be discontinued. And the Flyers have fired head coach John Tortorella.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Scott Turner, the new Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, with us. I have Booker here. Why is... let me check that here. I thought it was Scott Turner.
I might be wrong on that.
Yeah. Interview, briefing, paper, Jacqueline Ward. Yeah, let's get this one straight. And there's a lot of stuff in here about Philadelphia housing, particularly Kensington. Yeah, it's Scott Turner. Okay, Scott Turner. Okay. So I'm looking at a poll that's just out now, and you may think the number is low. Based upon what it's been in the past, it's very high. Pew is the pollster. That leans slightly left, not horribly left. They say that 32% of U.S. adults support deporting all immigrants that are here illegally one way or the other. Get them out. Almost a third. Now, that's a big uptick from what it used to be, and on the Republican side, it's much higher, meaning it doesn't matter. No crime, no violent crime, nothing. You're out. 33%. Nearly 97%, and I know you're probably saying, come on, Dom, why is it not 100? Support deporting those who have committed violent crimes. That includes Democrats, progressives, 97%, Pew says. Meanwhile, 52% favor deporting those guilty of nonviolent crimes. You know, violent, yes, even nonviolent, so-called nonviolent. That depends on what you consider nonviolent. 44% endorse removing people who arrived within the past 4 years, the Biden years. So what we have here, now Democrats project, this is when the battle's going to start. And look, I predict this is going to take 2 or 3 years before we're seeing anything like wholesale deportation of people that are here illegally. Meaning, you can see how difficult it is. The big story today is capturing this MS-13 leader and deporting him, Kristi Noem, Kash Patel, etc. It's going to be quite a ways until we get to the moment where the moment of truth. Do Americans really want to deport people that are here illegally en masse? The numbers indicate about a third say yes. But encouraging on dealing with this. You're at 44% who say, all right already. If you came in the last 4 years, I think they're setting that because of the Biden years, they're on board. That's a big number that says even if you've been here, say, 4 years, we support that you're going. And anything with a year or whatever, you're going, probably even higher. If you support it at 4 years, those that support it if you've been here a year is probably in the 60 percentile. What I'm saying is Democrats would have us believe, and you know the media's here's our point of reference. Remember the whole thing in the beginning? It was nuts with President Trump, even though Obama did something very similar, if not the same, around dealing with the mom and the child that are here illegally, the separation because of the laws by Congress and all. Remember that? That was one of the hardest moments of the Trump first term. In addition to which, we had that bishop from Tucson saying we should excommunicado Border Patrol agents. Can you imagine this? You know what excommunicado is? It tells you, Henry, you're a Catholic. It tells you, you know what it means, right? You're going, if
you're out of here.
If you die right now, you're going to hell. You don't have to worry about deportation or whatever. You know, Dan's already working on purgatory, Henry. You're new here, so, you know, you might have a shot.
I like to think so.
You're going to hell. You know with that, right? I like it, too. I don't say excommunicado. I like the excommunicado. He actually went on this long thing we played, like a 10-minute thing, about why these people ought to be told they're going to hell. Think of all the people out there that we may think, you know, pick one, like this MS-13 guy. I mean, it's not for me to say, well, deep down in my heart. What do we think about? Do I think he's going to hell? Yeah. Now, do I know? You know, is there all sorts of ripples and acts of contrition and he sees the light? But based upon what he's accused of doing, and he probably did, I think he's going to hell. Okay.
It might be fair to assume.
Yeah, and if he's a Catholic, I think he ought to be excommunicated. You're a member of MS-13, excommunicado. But Border Patrol agents, and this was the biggest thing that Trump went through with this, even though it was learned that President Obama did stuff very, very similar. Well, things have changed now where people are so overwhelmed. Now, the figure they give, that they accept, is 13.7 people are here illegally. No one knows the figure. But if I had to put the over and under, I'm putting it at 20 million. Do I think it's over 20 million? I can't imagine that number, that's the number, but it could be. It's closer to 20 million than it is 15 million. So Americans are saying, look, maybe not people that were here 10 years. You know, we'll get to that someday. We'll have to decide. But if you're recently here during the Biden years, and or you commit Lake and Riley, nonviolent offense, so-called nonviolent offenses, or if you've been convicted of criminal offenses, you're going. 97% say that. Democrats are counting on the fact that the American people are generous, have a heart, and the media will find the worst case where a mistake is made, etc. But the Pew poll tells me that people want this done. They're afraid of this. They're tired of it. And the more you see things like MS-13 leader nabbed, the more they want to go down this path. The Trump administration just has to be careful, gradual, not making mistakes on this, getting the real bad guys in the beginning. That's the way to do it, to continue to do it, because there are still ample numbers that are out there. All right, it's always a pleasure when we can bring you a cabinet member. Coming up, we're going to talk with the head of HUD, Scott Turner. Headline, HUD cracks down just yesterday, Wednesday night, on government-backed mortgages for illegal immigrants. Who knew this was going on? Well, you had to consider it's going on. I'm also going to ask him about Kensington and a couple of other places. They have a lot to say. We're always thrilled to bring you a cabinet member. The cabinet is in session next here on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
If you tuned into the 13-hour radiothon we had for the Travis Manion Foundation, by the way, we raised $115,000, 953. That's the total that we raised for the Travis Manion Foundation.
Oh, that's terrific. Is that a new record?
It is a new record. It is a new record for 1210 WPHT. We go up every year. Since we started this 8 years ago, it's far and beyond the amount that we've raised in the past. So thank you to everybody who donated. Thank you to everybody who listened. It was a great day.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun 100% every time. It's spectacular.
Joe Conklin's awesome. Hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh, my God.
Really, really enjoyed it.
That's Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it just make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. 1-800-FREE-SEED. Call them. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell Dawn sent you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Free speech lives here with Kale & Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. You get on board. We'll talk with HUD Secretary Scott Turner coming up. He's in Philadelphia. I hope he's not looking for a cheesesteak right around this time. We got to give him some other options, like Old Bay seems to be hot with listeners today.
Some crab fries.
Yeah, some crab fries. Exactly right. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. You get on board. I think he's touring various HUD, and he's making the point in what we were sent to meet with local leaders and the America First policies that actually work. That's what I'm headlining with him. The things they did in the first Trump administration around HUD, which, as we know, these housing projects, often this is a very, very difficult thing. We'll talk with him momentarily and also talk with him about the HUD crackdown on government-backed mortgages for illegal immigrants being stopped. The polling that I told you, though, is pretty significant as far as what Americans want done on this illegal immigration thing. And I don't think we're going to be reaching the point where they're just going to be looking to deport people even here only 1, 2, 3, 4 years for a while. It's still about people who have committed crimes and or things like that. The MS-13 guy, more like that than just somebody who's been here for a while. And also, they did, ICE did arrest a woman, doctoral student at Tufts University, apparently connected with Hamas. Now, here's what I'm looking at today, and I can't say yet, I haven't seen the full lawsuit, but a lawsuit claiming that people at Columbia sort of knew about October 7th before it happened, in general. I'll give you the details on that, but we are thrilled to welcome to Philadelphia, put out the welcome mat, to the new HUD Secretary, Scott Turner. Secretary, welcome to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Dom. It's great to be with you. Great to be in the city of brotherly love.
Absolutely. So tell us, did they tell you got to get a cheesesteak here? There are plenty of things other than cheesesteaks in Philadelphia. They have you down at Pat's or Geno's yet?
You know, they have been very kind and generous and very hospitable. We ate good this morning and this afternoon, but I haven't had a Philly cheesesteak yet.
Okay. So tell us something, Secretary, your background. How did you get to HUD? What's your background? What were you doing?
Well, my background going way back, I spent 9 years playing in the National Football League for the Redskins, the Chargers, and the Broncos. I served in the House of Representatives in Texas and House District 33 for 2 terms. And then in the first Trump administration under Dr. Ben Carson, I served as the executive director of the Opportunity Zone Council.
Right. So,
and then I've just been in private business, you know, for the last 20 years.
So 9 years in the NFL. On your way out, feel free to spell out Eagles if you want. You can misspell it or spell it okay, as the mayor did. That's fine. What position did you play, Secretary, in the NFL?
Cornerback.
Ah, good. Now, I've asked cornerbacks before, do I sound like a guy who can throw a football 40 yards? Then after you answer that, I'll start talking about what you're doing in town today.
Well, yeah, I'm sure you probably could.
There you go. Thank you. Henry, another endorsement from a 9-year NFL player. We had, who was it, Jack? Dan, what was his name? The other cornerback that said that. We'll look it up. But, Secretary, you're here talking about America First policies that work in the area of HUD, an area that we don't usually think about it. I would assume the Opportunity Zone is critical. We go way back to Jack Kemp, if you remember, with that. What is different about what you're doing with Opportunity Zones?
So as the Opportunity Zone, as you alluded to, in the first Trump administration, because of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the Opportunity Zones were created with Senator Tim Scott and some of his colleagues. And Opportunity Zones are those census tracts or neighborhoods around the country, rural, tribal, and urban, really that haven't seen any investment in decades. And so 8,764 Opportunity Zones were certified by the Department of Treasury for 10 years. And the tax incentive was a capital gain incentive that you could invest any capital gains that you received into a qualified Opportunity Zone fund and invest in these projects to build affordable housing, create new operating businesses. And so over the last 5 years, Opportunity Zones have been very impactful and successful, with over $80 billion of private investment going into these neighborhoods, creating housing, creating jobs, creating new operating businesses. 1 million people, Dom, have been lifted out of poverty because of the Opportunity Zone initiative. Home values inside of Opportunity Zones have risen without the rents going up. And so we're looking very forward to the possibility of the expansion and continuation of Opportunity Zones so that we can provide opportunities for the American families to build foundations and build a great sustainability for their families as it pertains to housing and job creation.
So along with that, when we talk about housing, Vice President Vance has talked about that recently. I think the League of Cities speech he gave. And he talked about the fact when you have people here illegally, that is interfering somewhat with the housing sector. And I saw last night that your HUD announced that there's going to be a pushback on people here illegally having the assistance of HUD to get housing, to get grants.
Well, yes, sir. And to continue on, as you alluded to, Vice President Vance, when you talk about illegal immigration, upwards of 20 million people coming into our country illegally is a great strain on the economy of our country, on the homelessness crisis that we have in our country. Is a great attributor to that, and also from the home affordability standpoint. And so Secretary Noem and I signed a partnership, an MOU, if you will, to ensure that American taxpayer dollars, in particular as it pertains to HUD-funded housing, goes to American citizens. The Biden administration have very harmful, if you will, policies as it pertains to border security and immigration, and they were prioritizing illegal aliens as it pertains to HUD-funded housing. And so we want to make sure and ensure that any taxpayer dollars from HUD go to American citizens in our public housing facilities, because the American people are our priority and our only priority. There's been a great job done by the president and his team in securing the border, which has brought crime down. And it's also going to be a great advantage for us when it comes to keeping illegals out of public housing. There's 9 million people in our country that live in public and subsidized housing. And so this MOU that we signed a few days ago with Secretary Noem will ensure us, from a data perspective, we'll understand who's living inside of public housing in our country. Because, Dom, it costs American taxpayers about $42 billion a year in welfare, because 59% of illegal aliens and their families use some sort of welfare in our country, and it's very costly to the American people. And so under President Trump's leadership, we're taking measures to ensure that we're serving the American people.
We're talking with HUD Secretary Scott Turner. Secretary, I'm not sure if you got over to Kensington yet. When Mexico shows PSAs saying don't do drugs, you end up like people in Kensington. That's pretty severe. It's got a national rep that's well-deserved. The mayor's making some progress. What sense do you have of HUD in any relationship to Kensington?
Well, obviously the opioid epidemic in our country is crippling for our country, with also crime, and particularly, here in Philadelphia, as you alluded to, there's been a big problem. And so as the measures that we're taking as it pertains to border security, as it pertains to keeping illegal aliens outside of public housing, as it pertains to working, with our local law enforcement, we realize that the drug problem is real, but I think, under President Trump's leadership and DHS and Department of Justice and others, interagency partnerships, that we're tackling this, and hopefully to not only bring it under control, but set a new paradigm that, we're just not going to stand for that in the United States.
Good to hear that. You mentioned the word tackling. That allows me to go back to football. I'm always loving it when I get a pro athlete on your level lasting 9 years in the NFL. Jack Brewer was the other guy who said on my show I could throw 40 yards. What era did you play in, and who was the toughest guy to guard?
So I played from 1995 to 2004. And you know what? I'll give you a name, a local guy here, actually, for a little north of here, but Wayne Corbett played for the Jets.
Yes.
He gave me a fit one year. I have a lot of respect for him, but I played against a lot of great players in the NFL. But top of mind, Wayne Corbett, boy, we had a showdown. He might have won that one, but he was a great player. So a local guy.
Yeah, and that's a good one. But, I mean, I've always admired defensive backs, arguably the toughest position. The most important is quarterback, but the toughest position, you're out there at a guy running, a 4.3, 4.4, maybe 40, a guy like some of the guys the Eagles have, and sometimes you're covering them one-on-one. How do you deal with that when in front of 70,000 people they burn you 2 or 3 times?
Well, it's your job, and that's what I got paid to do. And they got paid as well, so it created great competition.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Secretary, thank you. We welcome you to Philadelphia. Please come back, and the great start with what's going on at HUD right now.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Scott Turner here. All right, Henry, doing your analysis here. As soon as you heard this guy was a defensive back, there we go.
Oh, yeah, my ears perked up immediately.
I don't remember him per se. I mean, there's a million defensive backs. Wayne Corbett, I do remember him.
What a name.
Kind of a smallish receiver, I thought. So I'm not sure why he gave him such difficulty.
Well, speedy guy, a little shifty.
Shifty, yeah. Okay. All right, so HUD cracks down on government-backed mortgages for illegal immigrants. You heard the partnership, what he's doing with Kristi Noem. You heard the numbers that are there. And you also heard about, the first Trump administration and what they're trying to do in the cities. Now, the mayor of Philadelphia, even though it's a sanctuary city, that's where we're going to be going next with pushback on this, has not been gung-ho on that. That's smart because there's going to be a battle over this. You want to be known as a sanctuary city, there's funding that's going to be detached. Okay, side question today. Hit us with a name change of any sort. Could be an individual. It could be there's all this from Constantinople to Istanbul. What a change that made. The Gulf of America from the Gulf of Mexico. The biggest. That's the biggest we've seen locally. And some of the names that were originally on stuff versus what they ended up. Friends Truly was 6 of one. I don't know if they put the half dozen of another on there or not, but that's what it was called. Trump also changed Mount McKinley back, that name back. Let's go to Mike in Fishtown. There's a name change, Fishtown was, I guess, for a while called Fishtown. If you're in Fishtown, you might have a pretty good housing median price. If you're in Kensington, which might be a block away, maybe not. All right, Mike in Fishtown, afternoon to you.
Hello, Dom. How are you?
Good, Mike.
I have an answer to the side question, but before that, the senator you had on earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, I agreed with 99% of the things she said.
Right.
But she did say that being a teenager is tough.
Yes.
No, it's not. It's the easiest part of your life.
Wait a minute. Okay, now wait a minute, Mike. I'm not a host going to let you get away with that. I'm going to give you an A word first. Acne.
Oh.
I'm going to give you another one.
Acne or
my voice, Mike. You're not listening to my voice.
Acne or cancer? What's worse?
Jeez.
Nice counter here, Mike. Nicely played. There you go.
Responsibility that you don't have when you're a teenager.
Oh, man. Let's bash
teenagers. Okay, what's the answer to my side question?
Yes.
Dom, you're familiar with this place.
Yes.
It's a high school in South Philadelphia.
Yes, sure.
It was South Catholic, Bishop Newman, St. John Newman. Now it's Newman Goretti. 4 changes.
Yeah, and why am I not in the Hall of Fame of then Bishop Newman, Mike? Why do you think?
I don't know. I'll put you in if they ask me.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'll tell you why, because I'm critical of them. They're recruiters. They recruit people for high school, particularly basketball, girls and boys, and I don't think that should be allowed, but that's the reason.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, I thought the same thing, and then a couple friends of mine are coaches in the Catholic League.
Okay.
Almost all of them told me that 90% of the kids that play at the Newman Goretti, they don't recruit. They said they're local kids. I mean, I don't know that for a fact, but that's what
not
they're telling
true.
me.
No. Well, if they're local, the boundaries of Newman Goretti, well, I went to Bishop Newman, 26th Street, they must extend to Albany, and they extend over to Jersey, Mike. So tell them they're wrong.
I think so. Yeah, because half of the Preps football team live in New Jersey.
There you go. Yeah, there's another outlaw. Yeah, thank you, Mike, very much. I don't know. We talked about this. You see certain schools. We talked about this with the trans thing, but Newman's an example. There's several others, Henry. They get into the state tournament. They're small now. I don't know. When I went to Newman, it was 3,300, so I think it would have been the 5 or the 6, whatever the high side is.
Yeah.
Now it might be half that, and yet by recruiting, they get into like a 3 playing against these peewee schools that don't recruit. They should be playing against the 6.
That was the thing with Newman for the better part of the last decade, is that they're playing in like 3A.
Yeah, right.
And then they were just wiping the floor with everybody.
Exactly.
I believe they're in 5A this year, and they didn't have as good a season as they usually did. And they lost in the state tournament.
Oh, did they? Oh, good.
Yeah.
I always root against them, even
but,
though
I mean, cutthroat league like the Catholic League, you got to recruit a little bit. I mean, there's no boundaries anymore, so to speak.
No, they're not. Well, in my mind, there are. You can't be taking a kid from Olney and say, take the subway, you go to Newman. All right, Mike in Fishtown, though, countering acne with cancer. Nicely played, Mike. Imagine out of everything that...
kids don't get cancer either?
Right, yeah, that's right. Out of everything Honey Cook said, he goes, teenagers not being tough. Boy, these listeners are murderous. All right, 855-839-1210. Paul's got a great question coming up about the Krasner race. Paul, stay there. I'm going to give you a full answer on that. Side question, though. Hit us with this name change. Tell us what you think was in it. Could be a person, could be a thing. It could be, some body of water, country, whatever. This happens a lot, and there's always something behind it. That's the point. He scored a touchdown, huh? Pick six, the guy we had on. Scott Turner.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Yeah, playing 9 years in the league at defensive back, that's on the high side. It's over the median, I think. It's a very, very difficult thing to do. 855-839-1210. You get a line a little bit later. Coming up, too. We have Henry on sports. Will we have to hear about the Flyers coach, or will we more hear the excitement? Now, I've been to several. I like it more when it truly is the first day, and I guess they switch years. The Phillies home opener will be on Monday, but I mean the home opener on the first day of baseball is always exciting. Broadcast from there several times. I interviewed at the Phillies home openers the Monkeys, at least two of them. Della Don, who I thought was, if I were coaching an NBA team, I would have her in my five best players. She's going to shoot every time. She's 6'5".
Fantastic.
And interviewing her, just the way she was hanging around with the guys, you're not going to stop her from shooting if she wants. Who was the other one? And I think there was one that we had a challenge with. So the opening day takes us that spring is finally here. Excitement, particularly when you have a team that could be this year back in the World Series. It's a big deal. We'll have that a little bit later. But you get in right now at 855-839-1210. We're seeing more today that Charlie Gasparino from Fox saying, let's see, that they may roll back to announce a TikTok U.S. deal, extending it. How long are we going to extend this? Are we all on the same page? Just because President Trump went over to that side to say, I thought we had this thing with TikTok and the dangers with the Chinese, et cetera, and America's kids. And we're looking for an American company. Are they really doing that, or are we just going to continue to extend it? All right, first, though, let me remind you, if you're looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age, it's time to try Rescue Oracine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue and improve stamina without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, Dom listeners, you can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Oracine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com. Enter the code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com. Use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY. Grab Rescue Oracine with the buy one, get one free savings. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
We did it.
I never had a doubt.
Thank you for supporting WPHT's 8th annual Radiothon.
God bless the Zioni Army, the 1210 WPHT audience. God bless the Travis Magna Foundation. God bless all the people that serve our country and our veterans, and thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, Window Nation, for all of your window and door needs. Visit windownation.com. Hoffman's Exterminating, providing quality service with personalized care for over 35 years. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Nick Hale here for Bucks County Estate Traders. Bring in the savings at Bucks County Estate Traders. It's our Buy More, Save More event, 15% off every item. And when you buy 3 or more, get 25% off one item. Conditions apply. From timeless antiques to designer furniture, rugs, art, and more, refresh your space and save big. Don't miss our spring cleaning promotion, out with the old, in with the new extraordinary. Visit Bucks County Estate Traders in-store or shop online at buckscountyestatetraders.com, where your next treasure is waiting.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hard-working Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
Are you looking for an easy way to get a daily detox? Active Liver is available in both a delicious gummy or tablet. Find them at CVS, Amazon, or NewNordicUSA.com.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Playing a very solid game as Farad now takes a look. He's intercepted just as we say it. He's picked off. And on the run, Farad has a shotter, and he won't get him. This is Scott Turner going to take it the distance, 75 yards.
A little bit corny there. The guy saying he'd taken a pigskin 75 yards. That's your HUD secretary. I don't remember who's the last athlete, truly, that the Democrats had in public office or whatever. Who would they put up as their athlete? Would be somebody out there might know.
Tim Walz.
Football coach extraordinaire. That's right.
Yeah,
and
true athlete.
Run
the pick six play.
Can you imagine being in the room and Walz is going to be America's football coach? Look at him. And he's going to be out there manly with the hunting and the whole thing. And these goofball Democrats don't go, all right, look, we don't like Josh Shapiro. He'll outshine her. We got the mob hating him because he's Jewish. You got to tag Josh Shapiro in. You got to be kidding me. Right? I'm glad they didn't. Could he have carried Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro? Yeah, face it, mate. Well, we got Scott Presler. If I got Presler revved up, you're not going to let Josh Shapiro carry Pennsylvania. Scott Presler on Twitter is having a positive meltdown because of what happened in Pennsylvania now. He's telling people, you better text. I've been going back and forth to Wisconsin for 106 days. What do I have to do to turn that state Supreme Court, the Supreme Court of Wisconsin around? Because if we lose that, they are going, it's so tenuous in Congress right now. that somebody, I think I would pay to see her in the UN. Stefanik, is still not in the UN, still hasn't gotten the confirmation. And they're pressuring her to give up the UN job and to remain the congresswoman from New York because they're so concerned about the margin there in the House. That's where it is. Also, I'll repost this at Dom Show 1210. The latest caught or alleged caught, but going to face charges, has been charged malicious mischief, is this woman in Washington, identified as a 54-year-old millionaire. According to the Daily Mail, her name is Camilla Ensler. Ensler is allegedly seen getting out of her car before slashing the Tesla. Ensler is married to the lead DocuSign engineer, they say, Jeff Ensler. The couple also owns the fitness company iPeak Fitness, according to public records. They live in a $1.5 million house in Seattle. So just picture this proletariat. Just picture, we're of the people. We got to stop this maniac, Elon Musk. They're living in a $1.5 million house. He's the lead engineer at DocuSign. She's something. And they're clearly, every year, millionaires. Okay? All right, so producer Dan here, pretty quick on the trigger finger. Who's the big Democrat that was an athlete?
Well, let's go through the past 20 years, Dom, starting with Arnold Schwarzenegger, as a Republican for our governor.
Weasel, right. He's not an athlete. I wouldn't call him an athlete.
I'm going to go through the names I recognize. Because they have names like Randy Bass on here, who played for the Hanshin Tigers in baseball, but we don't care about that. How about 2007 to 2013, Heath Schuler, Democrat, played for University of Tennessee, then the Saints and the Raiders.
He's a quarterback who couldn't see over the line, 5'11". Let's go.
He was a quarterback. You're right there.
Yeah, I know these. Henry can't beat me on all this stuff.
Jim Jordan, U.S. representative.
Yes, a wrestler. That's it. We got Jordan.
For Republican. Democrats, Mayor of Sacramento from 2008 to 2016, Dom, basketball player for the Cavaliers, Phoenix Suns. Do you know who it is?
Yes.
Kevin Johnson.
Who was married to Michelle Rhee, strangely. He was a big-time conservative,
Democrat, active from 2009 to 2016, often playing in NBA All-Star games, played at Harvard University, Australia's National Basketball League from 87 to 91, Arnie Duncan.
Who might be on my new podcast.
He was nice with it in those games.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Then you had a Republican from 2011 to 2015, New Jersey U.S. representative, played for Michigan, then our Philadelphia Eagles, Dom.
John Runyon.
John Runyon, yes.
Runyon and I are not on such good terms. Got to watch it there.
I don't want any of those late hits.
No. I played basketball against him. He's pretty good.
2011 to 15, city commissioner for the Miramar, Florida, played for Florida State University, and the Bengals, Wayne Messam. He was a Democrat.
Don't know him.
Scott Turner, we just heard. He was also a member of the Texas House of Representatives.
Republican.
Mark Wayne Mullen, Republican.
Now that's the guy you want to put into the ring. Mark Wayne Mullen from Oklahoma.
Now, back in 2014, he entered into the world of politics, and then from 2019, he ran for a representative position, but then he served as where'd he go? Commissioner of Blaine County, Idaho from 2019 to 2023 as a Democrat. The person, Dom, known for the Fosbury flop, Dick Fosbury.
He's a Democrat?
He's a Democrat, Dom.
No, come on. Now, you're making my day bad because I love the Fosbury flop. The first time he did it, I was eating something, and I just dropped it to the floor. This guy's running up, and he's going to jump backwards.
All right, I want to get out of here, too, because I got to step aside for Henry's great segment. Colin Allred played for the Titans, now our U.S. representative until 2025. Tito Ortiz, Republican. Caitlyn Jenner, Republican. Herschel Walker, Republican.
Jenner,
Tommy Tuberville, Republican.
I don't like
Burgess
that guy.
Owens, Republican.
That's right.
BJ Penn, Republican. Michelle Kwan was an ambassador to Belize, figure skater for the Democrats. They got a figure skater down.
A figure skater in Belize. Oh, that's big time.
But we got Steve Garvey, candidate for Senate out there.
Look at that jaw in Steve Garvey.
Then you got Allred again. You got Turner. And then finally, Dom, current Lieutenant Governor of Ohio, Jim Tressel.
So who is the biggest Democrat athlete that went to politics that we can
Michelle
tell?
Kwan, maybe?
Michelle Kwan. Yeah, that's it. Let's run with that.
Dick Fosbury. He's got a move named after him.
You're killing me. A skirt's involved. It's Democrats. Let's just say that. That's what's going on. Okay, coming up, some sports with Henry. Today is opening day, 4 o'clock with your Fightin' Phils, and going to be the Monday home opener, but still the home opener today. This is a interesting team, to put it mildly. We'll get some from Henry. We'll take your calls. You'll get in. Give us somebody who changed a name. You might know a celebrity that changed her name. You know, it's often been said I should have been Dom Guido Giordano. And Dan, what was your name rather than Dan Borowski? It was like Dick Christie or something, wasn't it?
What, for my...
Yeah, your stage name or something alleged there.
Yeah, it was like Dan Christopher.
Dan Christopher.
Dan Christopher was one that I was considering at one point.
Yeah, and Henry Machette. That seems kind of
I'm just adding an I at the end.
He's got to add back to the Italian roots.
Yeah, it should be. Right? He's like Rick Santorum, doesn't want you to know he's Italian.
Throwing axes on there, Henry Machete.
All right, that's all straight ahead. 855-839-1210. Speaking of Italy, speaking of Italians, we are going to Sicily. You've heard this, right? Have you acted to join us? We'll get Giuseppe back. We'll get other listeners. But when we go to Italy with Conservative Tours, half of it is not just the countryside. This is Sicily this time. It's the listeners. It's the coming together. It's the feast. It's the bond. I know people that are still friends years after this. Sicily is exotic, picturesque. You know all this. It's the sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in both Sicily and Calabria this fall. And if you're heading to Europe again, the only people to go with Conservative Tours, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events are spectacular, the stuff of legend, bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. You'll enjoy, too. I'm really looking forward to this part. I can feel the pebbles at my feet. The Godfather Tour. That's right. All the locales from the film. I might even watch Godfather 3 to see if I can see anything from there. Oh, man, this is a tough job. The crown jewel of beauty has to be Taormina. I'll see you on Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. It's ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. And don't forget Savoca. Call 888-733-9494.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
They booed Santa Claus.
Booed Santa Claus. We have cheesesteaks. Rocky ran up the steps, and that's it. Kale & Company doesn't exist. Dawn Stensland's Emmys on television are not a thing. It's just about Santa, Rocky, and cheesesteaks. We worship New York, and Philadelphia's an armpit. Philadelphia's known for 3 things. Come on, Clay. Expect more out of you. By the way, the audio... Never interview somebody on a plane. Yeah, sounds terrible.
Start your day with Kale & Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no payments and no interest for 24 months. Now through March 31st at Window Nation. Schedule a free consult at 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com and tell them you heard about it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90Nation or visit windownation.com.
We're always loving our McDonald's opening night t-shirt. Fans 15 and over can snag one at CBP on Wednesday, April 2nd when the Phils host the Rockies at 6:45. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. San Francisco visits Philadelphia when the Phils face the Giants at Citizens Bank Park for a 4-game set starting Monday, April 14th through Thursday, April 17th. Join the fun and get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you a small business owner who needs immediate cash flow? At Swish Funding, we have flexible funding options from $25,000 to $2 million. For the best rates and terms for your business, just one application to Swish Funding gives you access to our entire network of funders, with cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. Apply at swishradio.com and use code RADIO. Swishradio.com, code RADIO.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Oh boy, Dom, can you smell it? Can you smell it, Dom? Can you smell the freshly cut grass? Popcorn everywhere. Hot dogs being thrown down from the 400 level. Can you smell it all?
I don't know about the grass at the link per se, but yes, I can
it's
smell
CBP.
it.
Come on now.
Yeah.
Citizens Bank Park. Yes, today is opening day for your Philadelphia
Now,
Phillies.
Where will you be at 4:05 it starts?
4:05 first pitch. Yes,
yeah, I think
correct.
you'll still be doing your work here. Are you going to be cutting out to see the first pitch?
Possibly, yeah. I mean, we got a TV in that studio, so I might as well be.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, to start with that, let's look at the first lineup card of the 2025 campaign. So, your wish is Rob Thompson's command, Dom. Trey Turner is leading off today,
Get Schwarber
playing
out of there.
shortstop.
Right.
Bryce Harper playing second, though, playing first base, obviously.
Right.
Do you like that, or did you rather him slide down the lineup a little bit?
Yeah, he should be third.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think this player should be third, if anything. And he's batting third today at third base, Mr. Alec Bohm.
Completely overrated.
Oh,
Weak.
my gosh.
Yes.
Well, a lot of baseball writers in town seem to agree with you. He didn't make the top 10 list for On Pattison, top 10 Phillies to watch this year.
Oh,
I was surprised at that. Anywho, DHing and at cleanup, like you said, your wish is your command, Kyle Schwarber. I still think he should be leading off. It's great to get a lead in 10% of the games when he is batting in the leadoff spot. But you know what? I'll take the cleanup. I'll wait to see it out. We can.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. Batting fifth and catching, JT Realmuto. A bit of a down year for JT last year. Do you think we're gonna get a bit of a bounce back?
Should be okay, but he's not a.
Is he still the best catcher in baseball?
I don't know. I don't follow all the catchers, so I'm sure there's got to be 2 or 3.
There's a couple gunning for his title. That's for sure.
Exactly.
A lot of young guys. Batting sixth and playing left field, a new addition to the Phillies, Mr. Max Kepler. Played for the Minnesota Twins for the last 10 years to varying success. He had a season where he had 36 home runs, and it seems to be the Phillies' sort of philosophy that they'll bring in guys kind of down on their luck who've had success in the past.
Right.
Take a shot, see if they can get a reclamation project here. So we'll see if Max can provide some power and some good fielding out and left. Playing right, as always, and I can't believe he's this far down in the lineup. Nick Castellanos. I'd like him to hit a home run today.
Yes.
Based on some other unfortunate news in town. It seems when there's unfortunate news, he seemed to hit a home run. So 6-1 odds. That's plus 600. If you bet $10, you win.
What was the last unfortunate news? There was something big when he hit a home run, right?
Oh, I mean, it's always.
He's got a dark cloud over him.
Something. He's got some dark magic, some juju. It's very bizarre. Anywho, batting. Eighth, I should say, is Bryson Stott, who I'm expecting to have a huge bounce back year.
He's a pretty good eighth hitter.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, who wouldn't want a guy like that batting eighth? And he could bat up towards 300 again. I think last year with his elbow injury, it kind of affected his swing. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how he does this year. And then batting ninth, center field, Brandon Marsh. On that note, there's a couple new faces in town. The Phillies didn't do a whole lot of shaking up of the roster this offseason. Some of the new names you might need to know is relief pitcher, righty Jordan Romano. He is a flamethrower pitcher. Previously with the Blue Jays, he's got a nasty two-seamer, and he likes to throw that slider back hitters away. Like if Castellanos went up against him, he'd be down on 3 pitches every time. He's one of those guys. Another guy I'm looking forward to is starting pitcher Jesus Luzardo. That name sounds familiar. He has been with the Marlins the past few seasons. Had a really good season 2 years ago. He had a 3.3 ERA. Another reclamation project after a down year for him last year. The Phillies are looking to bounce back. He looks to be the 4th or 5th starter when everyone is healthy. Of course, Ranger Suarez right now starting the year on the injured list. So Taijuan Walker, our good friend, is getting that 5th start spot. Backup catcher, another wish is
that's my wish.
Garrett Stubbs starting the year at Lehigh Valley, and Rafael Marchand will be the backup catcher to JT Realmuto. Cody Clemens back on the team again, son of Roger Clemens, fantastic bench guy. And that's the new face. That's really it for the Phillies. I mean,
all right, well, predictions.
So
this
prediction
is what we're
time.
waiting for.
The over and under for wins on the season is at 90.5. Are we thinking over or under?
I have 93 wins regular season.
Oh, really? How'd you come up with that?
Listening to some of my friends at WIP and then showing them where they're wrong. So I'll go with 93.
I'm gonna go with 96.
Wow.
I think this is a team that's gonna compete for 100 wins. I don't personally. I don't understand why everyone's so down on this team. I mean, this is a team that won the most games in franchise history in the last dozen years. Last season they returned most of their core. I mean, gosh, I'd wish teams in this town would have returned most of their cores year after year. I mean, look at the Sixers. They build a new team in the offseason. They blow it up by the trade deadline. The Phillies are keeping them together. They added a few pieces here and there. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that they, have something to prove this year again, and they go out and they get 96-plus wins.
Well, I have them losing to the Dodgers, though, finally. That's the end of the season for them.
It does seem like all roads will lead to the Dodgers, so we'll see. Any I don't know, award predictions for the Phillies? I got one for you.
Who's that?
I think someone I didn't name because he's still in the minor leagues working his way back. Andrew Painter will be the NL Rookie of the Year this year.
He gets enough playing time.
Oh, absolutely. I think he will at this point with this pitching staff. I think they're going to go 6 deep. I think they're going to need everything they can get from out about everybody so they can be fresh come October again.
All right.
But I think he's going to be the man, and that's a name to watch out for sure.
All right, great stuff from Henry. Every Thursday at around this time, we do that. Coming up, Paul in the Northeast has the question. Is it worthwhile to register Democrat, heaven forbid, to vote against Krasner? I'll give him my answer. Yes, might be the answer, Paul. I'll explain. We got a great side question. I didn't know if we would get quite this much action. A name change. We've never done this before. Constantinople changed to Istanbul in this day in history. That's where these things come from. But you get in at 855-839-1210. And coming up, a lawsuit says these people were trying to deport at Columbia, that they had advanced knowledge of the October 7th attacks. Could that be possible, at least in general? I think there's some pretty good evidence that it is. And you heard the HUD secretary in town. If you missed that, we'll have that up for you. Great stuff from Scott Turner. Big 2 o'clock hour, Talk Radio 1210.
We're talking softball from Maine to San Diego.
Dr. Jim Burns, this is my wife Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money. Because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd, 800-722-9728, or crashproofretirement.com.
Scott Auto Group, which includes Scott Honda of Westchester and Vineland, along with Scott Kia of Springfield, and the all-new Scott Kia of Limerick, is focusing on one thing: you, the customer. Expect a seamless buying experience, transparent pricing, and no hidden fees or agendas. Plus, enrollment in the Scott Advantage Loyalty Program, where you benefit from savings on essential services, free PA safety inspections, and extra discounts on your next vehicle purchase. At Scott Auto Group, their focus on you provides a thoughtful and professional way to do business. Visit them at scottautogroup.com, where it's always smooth sailing.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a slip and fall injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever, and we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
Scorching summer months are almost here. CNC can keep you cool. Don't wait until your age system fails before replacing it. Take advantage of CNC Heating and Air Conditioning 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years. Payments can be as low as $89 per month. CNC's offer goes until the end of March, so don't delay. Just go to cc-hvac.com for more information. CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York dealers. Offers for new installations only through March 31st.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we provide no-cost digital resources in place of textbooks and most courses. And that's not all. You'll receive your accredited online education at an affordable tuition with a choice for more than 135 degree and certificate programs. With online and hybrid courses, get everything you need to succeed again. Learn more at umgc.edu, certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. By the way, Jeff Van Drew will be on the show tomorrow, and we'll ask him a lot of stuff, but we'll talk with him about the continuing controversy around Signal. And as I predicted right at the beginning of the week, this is about Hegseth. That's where they're going. Pete is where they're going, more than Waltz. And again, the strategy of not admitting there was a mistake here and we're not going to use Signal again, I think is the way to go. I know certainly firing somebody is not the way to go. That's just going to get the mob more revved up to go after. Even if fire Waltz, they want Pete Hegseth. They want Hegseth out. Well, they want everybody to go after. But whatever you would do in that front is not going to stop them from continuing. But you're seeing a growing list of Republican senators who are also under pressure say, well, they ought to admit it was a mistake. And then with that, what the fix is. So do you see what the downside of that would be? People see it's a mistake. Shouldn't have done it on Signal. We know all the rationale. You can put that in with it. Look, it was on here, Biden, etc. I'm kind of surprised that Ratcliffe of the CIA, because I've seen him over the years, and he's a really competent guy. I'm surprised that he was on Signal with this. Maybe they didn't know that Pete Hegseth was going to give some of the details that they would be attacking in the near future, the Houthis. But tough position for him. and the vice president was on it. I love what the vice president said on it. So there are a couple of bottom lines. The mission was very successful. Thank God. Vance looks really good here, enunciating what I think is truly the mind of President Trump with the Europeans. Why don't they bomb, etc. 3, this was a lively and very intelligent debate around some of this stuff. Spoke well of that. The problem is, there are 2 of them, and one's an unknown. You shouldn't do this on Signal. You should not do it on Signal. So, it's not my job or my mentality to spin that and to say, oh, don't admit to that. No, that's the truth. Part 2 of that is, how did the name get in there? What is it they're looking at that we haven't gotten that answer yet? And it seems like a lot of journalists are inside the phone one way or another of Mike Waltz. That doesn't mean he's wrong to do that. But this guy, of all people, is not somebody you want to be dealing with. I don't think you can deal with him successfully. He's just going to come after you. I'm talking about Goldberg. The polling indicates Americans are paying attention. Is it overwhelming like Watergate? No, it's not. But it's not something that's going to go away easily. Why? Democrats have nothing else. What else are they going to rev up on? What else are they going to do? They don't have anything else. So they're going to dig their heels in. They're going to go through this continuously. All right, 855-839-1210, you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all I need you to do is just push pound 1210. By the way, and then I'm coming to your calls. Delaware Valley Journal today, where I write, and I've been not writing the last couple, but I will be. Linda, the editor over there, has a piece up today that plays right into what we're talking about. Headline, Delaware Valley Journal reporting leads to hearing on government use of auto erase apps. This involves the school boards like Central Bucks was one of them in the forefront of this, apparently Pennsbury. And what they were doing is they were doing official business, Democrats, progressives here, on this because then it auto erases. And Delaware Valley Journal is the one that broke this, continues to talk about it when the Inquirer and others will not. So the double standards here of the Biden years, all the screw-ups they have, including Afghanistan, duly noted. You still may be in the camp saying, well, this is just going to go away. Truly, today, there's less heat on this, less new developments. But that does not mean they're searching the world to try to keep this alive and go forward. I think the bottom line is don't do Signal anymore. Is that hard? It seems they have other modalities, other things they can do. I understand the challenge. You have busy people that are spread around the world. Another thing, I said this the other day, limit the number of people that you need to have on this. Remember, why was the Vindman guy, remember that, listening in on the call with President Trump and Ukraine? Well, he's the expert. Come on, this is not about expertise. The more of these people you get in on this, the more likelihood there's either going to be a screw up or Vindman wasn't a screw up. They wanted him on that. You saw what he did. Fewer people. And I don't understand why the Mideast envoy in Russia had to be on his phone in Russia. No, he doesn't need to know it at that point. Someone debrief him later on. Do something. We don't need to go through this stuff. Are you crazy? These are American lives that are at stake. The fewer people, the more it's contained, the more secure it is. That's what we ought to be saying. That's what we're going to do. I don't think that's an admission of anything. I think that's what the American people would want to hear, and you move on with it. Otherwise, we're going to continue to go down this, and you actually do it. And again, there were an inordinate number of people on this apparently engaged in this, and yet no one was savvy enough to go, wait a minute, who's this person on here? Didn't they check that? We still haven't gotten the answer. Let's get the answer to that, put that out there, then move on. But as far as the conversation and the debate, I love what J.D. Vance said. He's consistent. We're seeing these people in private say what they say in public. That's a good takeaway. That's a very good takeaway. Now let's just put a knife in this and move on. Not going to use Signal again, or the circumstance that you would, and arguing how many angels on the head of a pin over was this classified, wasn't it classified? Not the way to go. All right, Paul's got a great question. Then we'll have Dom's Money Melody, among other things. Let's go to Paul in the Northeast. Sorry, Paul, for the wait. Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Dom. You already stole the question, probably teeing it up.
Yes.
So I'm just going to get right to it. What's the downside for Republicans crossing over to Democrats in the primary to vote against Krasner?
I don't see any. We want people to remember to go back to try to keep those numbers up. But to vote against him in the Democrat primary, there is none. I mean, when you have just the lowest Republican organization that I've ever seen, Vince and the boys are afraid of me, Paul, running it, that can't even come up with a candidate, and they tell us, oh, you know what it's like to have a candidate for something like this. My God, how hard did they try?
Yeah, the only downside I see to it, if we're going to do this en masse, we got to all vote for the same candidate, and it's got to be one popular with the Democrats.
Yeah, Dugan, yeah.
It's not going to do any good just to go in there and register a protest vote against Krasner.
No, not at all. Got to vote for Dugan. That's the only way to get over the top on this, without a doubt, Paul. So, no, I would endorse it. You have no say in Philadelphia. And now, usually, people on the other side would say, oh, so you're doing this just to spite Krasner. Well, what choice do we have where there's no Republican candidate here? We want our vote to count. And in Philadelphia, that means you got to go and vote in the Democrat primary.
Agreed.
Yeah, exactly, Paul. Do you have a name change?
Yeah, the ancient Greek name for Amman Jordan was Philadelphia.
I didn't know that.
It's also the name of the Egyptian-Gaza border crossing, the Philadelphia corridor. That was the trade route between the two capitals.
Yes, that's true. That's a good one. Thank you, Paul. Hope I answered that question. Yeah, we don't even have a candidate. I mean, it's not surprising. I'm not saying it's easy in Philadelphia, but how did Pecosi win in Northeast Philadelphia? There are corridors, there are rooms. We got to fight every battle. And you know why it's important. It's not just about Philadelphia. We have to do it because these elections are statewide. Now, we're trying to get on the head of the Republican, the GOP, who was on before, and he was very good, to talk about what happened. I'm still not off Lancaster County. And I got to tell you, if you're not following Scott Presler, you got to follow this guy. It is one of a kind. His effort now in Wisconsin, I can tell he's thinking his home court there, the Amish, Lancaster County, how did we lose that? The mail-in ballot situation. And again, if you don't get by now voting by mail-in ballot, banking the vote, then telling others they can go after others who haven't done it, that's what Democrats successfully did there. It's not a protest vote. They're enraged and Democrats are coming alive. They beat us on the ground. That's exactly what they did. All right, 855-839-1210. That will get you a line. I mentioned this lawsuit coming off what's happened at Columbia with these people that shouldn't be here, like the Hamas sympathizer organizer who blocked Jewish students, was harassing them, that's going to be deported, hopefully. The lawsuit alleges it should amaze us that we're even talking about this guy, supportive of what happened on October 7th. He's here, maybe legally, maybe not, the green card, the whole thing. Why would we need people in this country who are not American citizens? We have to deal with them too. Who supports October 7th? Of what social use is that to us? Oh, we need a different opinion here. There is no other opinion on October 7th. This is like gravity or beyond. There's no other opinion. As their method, they raped, tortured, killed parents and kids in the most ghastly way in front of each other. They are not even animals. Support of that puts you down on that level. We don't need you here. Now, if you're an American citizen, then, it's much more difficult. But we don't need you here if there's a methodology to get you out of the country. All right, Henry, right now it's time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
That's it. And today we're playing for a pair of tickets to see the Rascals' 60th anniversary tour on April 18th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, Pennsylvania. For tickets and more information, visit Keswick Theater, TheAtre.com, and tell them to make sure that the Dom Giordano sign is up there on the billboard. A big picture, my right side should be up there, Joe Conklin. They can put Bernie Perron up there with a hockey stick. I don't mind. I'll be in a basketball uniform that night.
You got a picture of you in a basketball uniform?
Oh, absolutely. The
God.
short, we played in very short. That was a much better look than the baggy thing. Although when Dan first met me and started doing the show, I had this pair of green shorts. For some reason, I went overboard the other way.
They were capris.
Yes, that were incredibly baggy.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, they were.
They
I don't know
were
if I have
very
shots
long.
of that.
Jeez.
Very long.
I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, and they were so long and loose, I guess, that change would fall out, cell phones would fall out. They were a nice green. I like green.
I figured they'd be deep pockets. I guess not.
No, they were, but still,
Too deep.
when you're that
Too
long.
deep.
Yeah, I have to go back.
Reverberation.
Yeah, I have an interview coming up with Jalen Rose. I think they're the first guys to wear this stuff. So what do you have, Henry?
I'm actually going to take it down because
yes,
I got a special one today because we're talking name changes, and one of the most well-known songs about a name change is that Istanbul to Constantinople got it. Istanbul to Constantinople. I think Henry's got a little bit of it. Yeah, we all know this song. This song. So, Dom, I thought I'd take this song. I would play it in a different language, and we want to know what language it's being sung in today.
Oh, my God.
So, Dom, my clue today related to our other language is one directly related to sushi. I know you love sushi. You're a big fan of sushi.
I do like it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know if you knew this, but Japan is very divided on whether or not salmon sushi is indeed a good thing to eat. A lot of Japanese people think it's disgusting because for the longest time it was known as a dirty fish that you shouldn't eat raw. But then the 80s came around and a guy from this country that the language is being sung in of the cover song, a guy from this country goes to Japan and tells that they have so much salmon in their country that there's a new type of sushi they should be making called salmon sushi. And starting in the 80s, that's where salmon sushi came from. It actually originated in this country that we're playing this cover song in. So we want to know the origin country of salmon sushi, which provides the language for Istanbul to Constantinople cover we're about to play. So what country?
Wait, before we do that, what these people have to do for a pair of tickets here, they're needing geography lessons. All right, go ahead.
So we want to know what language this is being covered in, Dom, which provided the world salmon sushi.
Hjertet mitt slår fort som en propeller, ikke lett å pendle en Opel. Selgeren hen var simpel og sjåføren solgte Opel som jeg
Yes, we want to know what language this is being covered in. Again, this language gave us salmon sushi. They had so much salmon in their country, they brought it to Japan and sold the idea, which took over, and now you go to a sushi place, it's near the top of the menu, Dom. So we want to know what language, what country this song is being sung in.
All right, hit us with that at 855-839-1210. Quite a startling catalog today. By the way, coming up, I'll get into this. Sad that Stefanik is withdrawn as UN ambassador. Oh, God. Republicans just cannot. The reason is the close vote. I'll give you the details on that. That just happened coming down right now. But hit us with this, and we'll send you off to see the Rascals at the Zlock, one of our favorite spots here on Talk Radio 1210.
We did it.
I never had a doubt.
Thank you for supporting WPHT's 8th annual Radiothon.
God bless the Zioni Army, the 1210 WPHT audience. God bless the Travis Mountain Foundation. God bless all the people that serve our country and our veterans, and thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, AMC Heating, Plumbing, and Air Conditioning. Now hiring experienced technicians. Veterans encouraged to apply. Visit AMContheweb.com. Tillman Builders. Love your home again with a Tillman Builders renovation. Stockwell Elastomeric Barracks, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Free speech lives here.
The Dom Giordano program.
On Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, I'm getting exhausted trying to repeat the methodology on this in 30 words or less, Dan.
Yes, back in the 80s, this country that covered this song, the language, they introduced salmon sushi to the world. After Japan considered salmon as raw, dirty, they convinced Japan otherwise, and now Japanese people are divided on whether salmon sushi is actually a legitimate sushi.
All right, and we're looking for the country of origin
of salmon sushi. And this song.
This song.
Well, this version of this song.
This version of this song.
Take a listen.
Konstantinopel, den var dyr, jeg fanset til Opel. Nå har jeg angst, Konstantinopel over gjelda som jeg aldri får betalt. Hjertet mitt slår fort som en propeller, ikke lett å handle en Opel.
All right, Lori in West Deptford, I can feel it, is keyed in on this. Hey, Lori, Lori, are you following all this from Dan? You got it, the sushi, the song?
It's a great explanation.
Thank you, Lori.
Don't egg him on here. So, Lori, what's the country of origin of this version?
Is it Norway?
Hey!
All right. You know, he usually goes with Finland, but Norway today made the same thing. The Finns have more.
Oh.
Yeah, the Finns seem to me have more saunas. I'm a fan of a sauna. I'd love to have a sauna sponsor.
Finns have more saunas, but less salmon, Dom.
Yes, and do a show from the sauna. Got it working up a good sweat
with
here.
Some salmon sushi?
Yeah. I do like sushi. Ro loves it, though. Banaz. Maisie, like
she's
sushi?
obsessed. Yeah, she
Okay.
loves the spicy salmon. believe it
And
or not,
Henry,
yeah.
are you a sushi guy?
Never really had it.
What?
No, there you
I
go.
don't really like seafood to begin with. So.
All right, you know what? Somebody out
You're
there
an Italian
listening.
and you don't like seafood?
Wait a minute.
I
That's
don't-
it.
I like
He's
some.
out. He's out.
Yeah,
Get him
get him
out.
out.
Get him out of here.
Mostly shellfish I don't like.
Tom, you're out. Yeah, but I don't like seafood. You're out, Tom. You can't be a wartime consigliere.
out, yeah.
No, seafood, that's just...
What do you do at the Feast of Seven Fishes?
Yeah, that's right. He's out. We'll
I
have
don't
to tag
celebrate
somebody
that.
else in
Chicken
here.
tenders?
Celebrated that like once in the last I don't know how many years.
All right.
Because Dom has to have one.
What gets revealed? I have to do it this year.
Yeah.
It's much to me. Dr. Bentz, every time it's in my mouth. Yes, Dr. Bentz, we're doing the Seven Fishes
I love that he
this
holds
year.
you hostage.
Yeah, I'm hostage. Well, you can't get down out of the chair until we do it.
I'm going to stick my pick right into your gum, Dom, if you don't do it.
Is it safe? Henry, movie reference? Is it safe?
Oh man.
Dan? Well, I don't go to Dan on movie
Yeah, you
reference.
don't
no?
come to me on those.
Come on. Is it safe?
I don't
Dustin
know.
Hoffman's in the chair. Is it safe?
Is it safe?
Roy Schneider.
Rain
Not
Man?
Joyce. No.
Roy Schneider.
Marathon Man.
I haven't
I was
seen it.
close.
Okay, yeah, Marathon Man. The torturer is a dentist. I wonder
Ah.
what dentists think when right in there. Yeah, he opens up the kit. You see all those tools, and that's all they're going to do. There's no Novocaine here.
Never seen it.
That scene alone is very good. All right, so Lori is the winner. A couple things developing, not so good. One, Elise Stefanik, just revealed, is out as the UN ambassador. President Trump asked her to stay in. So there we go. And and I don't know this publication, but the Jewish Insider spoke to a number of weasel U.S. senators for a report about what's happened with Signal here. And that dropped on Thursday. And the guy Mullen and Tom Tillis defended Vance in what we know he said in the transcript. I'm not just defending Vance. I'm touting Vance as the guy here. Now the word is that Trump has buyer's remorse. How many times have we heard this about Vance? Remember during the campaign and all, the eyeliner and everything else? Vance has turned out, you saw in the debate, even better than we thought. He is the odds-on, I'd say almost the prohibitive odds-on to be the Republican nominee in 2028. You saw him in Quantico yesterday, a real Marine, former Marine. You know the history. Now, I think J.D. Vance was spectacular in what we hear. And again, does President Trump just want people here that are going to say bomb him and that's it because we're intuiting that rather than talking it out? He talked about, well, this is inconsistent, is it not? What about the European allies? Shouldn't they be doing the bombing? Yeah. That's exactly right. So in what universe does 7 Republican weasel senators tell the Jewish Insider Trump has buyer's remorse? Look at what Vance did here. You followed this all week just as I did. Vance was the best here, in my view. It was a debate, lively. The others, the reason to do this, Biden hadn't done it and all that. Vance was making several very good points here, though. Particularly, what about the Europeans? The 3% of our shipping goes through there. The Europeans are much more than that. What about them? What about forcing that? Isn't that the Trump message? Because realize, yeah, the Houthis you may think of as primitive and the whole deal there. They're in Yemen. They have some pretty good technology, somewhat, shooting down American planes, our pilots. So Vance looking at that, yeah, let the Europeans do it. I don't see. Who knows inside the mind of President Trump fully? I mean, he's a master. But buyer's remorse over Vance, that's just ridiculous. And several people on Twitter noting something. I don't know if it's like the Tide Pod challenge or the challenge with, I had it done at an Andy's Diner, and it was a hot day, and it still was a lot. The Ice Bucket Challenge. Did you guys do the Ice Bucket Challenge? Have it poured over you for charity?
No.
Oh, man, this guy went wild. These were giant ice cubes. I was pelted. It was freezing, even on a hot day. When you have it, a big bucket like that thrown on.
Do we have a
you.
video archive of that somewhere?
I wish we did. I had pictures. I may have to find them and put them up on Twitter. But is keying a Tesla now the new Tide Pod Challenge? I don't know if there's enough challenges out there. We might want to think about that as a
Is
side
it a
question.
challenge, though?
Well,
like, I don't think, is anyone filming themselves and being like,
yes.
yo,
Oh, yeah.
Tesla keying challenge.
Yeah, they're well, they don't call it that, but they're filming themselves. Oh, yeah.
Down with the man, yo.
Yeah. Oh, no. This is the thing you have to do if you want to. I'm sure they're showing that, but I've seen people caught on camera doing a selfie, filming themselves doing and running. Yeah.
What are they posting it is the question.
Yeah.
That's what constitutes a trend, you know?
Yeah,
like
okay.
if
Well, I mean,
it's got
this
its own
isn't
hashtag, media following.
Right. This is an illegal act, though. So it's going to be fewer people, as crazy as they are, actually, I think, putting it up as you would a Tide Pod or the Ice Bucket Challenge. I wonder if there are enough challenges. Bungee jumping was a challenge at one point of sorts.
Stealing Kias.
That's right.
They're
Yeah,
easy to
that
chump.
was. Yeah, there might be. We're always looking for a good side question. Today's is this Constantinople obvious Christian challenge to change to Istanbul, a name change of some sort. Somebody had a great one. That's a boundary of Philadelphia. I'm not going to say it, but next break I might. That I think would have been a winner to me because of the reason they did it. But you get in right now at 855-839-1210, AT&T, Verizon Wireless. All I need you to do is just push pound 1210. Okay, let's talk about a place. I think it's been named Sicily forever because that's where we're going. You just visit Sicily. You're taking it home with you. You fall head over heels in love. This ancient crossroads of civilization, the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, all these people, and on and on and on. They all said, take me to Sicily. So Ro and I are saying the same thing to you. Join us. Again, we've been to Italy twice, once about 8-9 years ago, second time 2 years ago, but now we're branching out to Sicily, which is Mediterranean Europe, and Calabria this fall. Conservative Tours is the constant, though. You know them. You may have been on some trips with us or Dawn. They're unbelievable. 5544. That's it, including airfare. The dining events, check that box. You are going to be raving about them. We're locales that will visit. The crown jewel of Sicily, I'm told, is Taormina. Mount Etna, of course, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. Ancient, charming, picturesque, a country within a country. Savoca is on our list. If you know any of these places, or you've been, you know what this is like. It's incredible. Just get the details now. Take a look at the full details. 888-733-9494.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607. plan.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Seems everyone has an opinion on where the stock market is going, but where should you be going? Find out with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Important Medicare news. Doge chief Elon Musk says all government spending is up for review, and the House plans to cut $800 million in health care costs. These cuts could hit Medicare and Medicaid. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, revealing the real Medicare crisis. Over 65 million people depend on Medicare, and Rob Finnerty says hard-working Americans that paid for it should get their full Medicare coverage. This week in his series Medicare in Crisis, Rob Finnerty looks at Medicare and why it faces bankruptcy. Big changes are ahead for Medicare. You need to watch Rob Finnerty tonight. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app on your phone now. Millions are switching to Newsmax because we're fighting for you.
Weather is sponsored by Meineke.
The chilly air mass will begin to lift out of the Delaware Valley today. We'll have plenty of sunshine, still on the breezy side. High temperature closer to average, near 55. For tonight, partly cloudy, not as cold, low 38 for the city, a bit colder out in the suburbs. And for Friday, partly sunny and milder with a high 64.
When you step on your brakes, do you hear a squeal or a grinding noise? Don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Look, we want to get these Tesla people, but I'm not going to fall into the trap of progressives. The Washington, D.C. police are going to be charging, it seems, the lion's share of what's being done there to hate crimes. I get the domestic terrorism, the language being used and the law around that. I'm not going with hate crimes ever. Obviously, you're a hater. I mean, it's a hate crime. You murdered someone. The murder is the thing that counts, not the hate crime nonsense of progressives. Let's not fall into their trap. But the Metro Police Department says a message scrawled across a Tesla was, "Ask me about my support of Nazis." On the side, get it? One teachers who had a Tesla, quote, "Go Doge, I support Musk killing the Department of Education," written across its windshield in an elementary school parking lot. She ruled out getting rid of her vehicle to ward off further vandalism. Good for her. I just support tracking down every single one of these people, maximum extent of the law. Let's see. I'm looking at another guy in Vegas where they blew up the cars. They painted "resist" on the Tesla dealership doors. You know that this Saturday is the national Takedown Tesla all around the world. And people over in Bucks County will be out there at the Tesla dealership in Warminster. But no, I don't support the hate crime stuff. Let's go to Brock in Charleston, Pennsylvania, who might be a first-time caller. We always welcome that. Hey, Brock, good Thursday. Welcome in.
Thank you. I have never called any radio station ever. And so I just want to tell you, my name change is like MCI to Verizon. Like Verizon has like a like Verizon has like a $35 bill like I've had for like 27 years. They've never cleared.
Let's keep that going. Yeah.
There's that, and then the other thing is like I coached like CYO ball for 14 years,
right?
And all the girls cared about, like softball, all the girls cared about was like Slurpees because after every game, I would rotate, I would let every player pitch and hit leadoff, and all they cared about I had a half cola Slurpees and half cherry Slurpees, and so that's where I'm at.
Okay, well, wait a minute. Now, this leadoff stuff, though, did you look at their on-base percentage? Did you go lefty, righty? Come on now.
No, I did not. I did not because, listen, I was a kid of less than means, and so, whenever every kid came up, I examined kids, and they had bad upbringings, but I let every kid pitch, and I let every kid play leadoff.
Gotcha. Well,
and by the way, these kids are in their 30s these days, and they still call me back and they say, "Coach Brock, thank you."
Oh boy, that's got to feel. Why did you give it up, Brock? Though, what was it? Was it the Slurpees? There's a great name, James.
No, Dom, it wasn't the Slurpee. It was what do you call it? I aged out, I guess.
Oh, now come on, now we got to get you back on there. Make that. There's a girls' softball team out there just waiting for you to go out there with the slur. I'm serious, Brock. You should never give that up. Come on.
I'm so serious. Thank you so much for taking my phone call.
You are welcome, Brock.
I've listened to you for 10 years. I can't
well, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute. We got a problem there. What were you doing the other 27 years out there? Yes. Come on. It's 37. Well, it's 38 and carried it 2. Yeah.
Listening carried the 2.
Yeah.
Carried the 1.
All right. Well, thank you, Brock.
And by the way, Dan, you're great. And Henry, I appreciate your millennial input.
Well, thank you, Brock. I appreciate that.
What a great first-time caller. We should have a first-time caller contest tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
To have you call in. Why not? Brock was great. Thank you, Brock.
Well, can he participate?
No, I'm counting him in my mind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm counting him
He's
in my
leading off.
stuff. He said, Henry, millennials. I'm getting back to the Slurpees.
How do you feel being someone's first time there, Dom?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah. Yes, first time. I've had a number of those things. Usually, the first time caller is somebody like that. They're usually firing away. They're upset versus friendly and nice.
He said when we were screening him, he goes, "I can't believe I'm talking to you guys right now."
Right. That's some of the behind the scenes. And what I do is I let it go for a minute when you hear that, not saying anything. Then you're going to hear, "Listen, buddy." That's the moment of truth to see what they're willing to do. I mean, if they're calling in and they're really passionate about, that's one thing. But if they're going to go down Broadway, this is almost threatening. And you let it go for a while. Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. The Vegas police have a suspect, apparently, shot into those vehicles there, Tesla, and the Molotov cocktails. Look, on Saturday, we have this, Henry, you have that, right? The one in Cherry Hill, I forget the cut.
I do.
I think, yeah. Imagine this maniac, and the Cherry Hill police are on this. I'd make this job 1 in Cherry Hill. We have 2 separate people, according to 6ABC, that this guy was accosting, more than accosting. He could have created a vehicle. Somebody could have gotten killed with what is described here. Here's what he did to go after. And remember, they had that rally, anti-Tesla rally, over in Cherry Hill last Saturday. Here's a description of another anti-Tesla guy.
Demonstrations like this are taking place at Tesla dealerships nationwide as people protest the Department of Government Efficiency and the head of it, Tesla's CEO Elon Musk. Cherry Hill police say there were no issues during this protest on Saturday, but they are now investigating a Tesla situation that happened later that day.
Honestly, I couldn't believe that it happened here.
This man, who asked to not be identified, says he was driving his Tesla in his Cherry Hill neighborhood Saturday evening when his car's cameras captured a red Acura SUV pass him, make a U-turn, and come back.
He passed us super fast on the left and start test braking us.
Then video shows the driver of the Acura attempt to block the road before driving toward the Tesla.
He pulled over super close to my car and just started screaming the F word towards me and my child.
Is this the same car?
Yes, it is.
It was.
Red Acura SUV. That's him.
Miriam Cherry lives in the same neighborhood. She says she and her family encountered the same man shortly after as they were driving her Tesla.
He was driving on the wrong side of the road.
God.
And driving very erratically.
She says the man started driving toward them, forcing them to reverse down a street and back up into someone's driveway.
The person driving the red SUV blocked us from pulling out of the driveway, rolled down his window, said, "You know why, right?" and flipped us the middle finger.
That's when Cherry suspected the confrontation was about her car, a purchase she says was about being environmentally friendly, not political. As for her neighbor, he has a message for the driver of this SUV.
Get a life, leave us alone, and keep your own opinion to yourself.
God, that guy's out of Central Casting with the accent there.
Get a life.
Yeah.
Love it.
But you heard what she said. I'm an environmentalist. Maybe you want to check out what the other side is doing. Look, this guy is a menace. We will report when the Cherry Hill police catch him. This should be job one. Just think they had a backup, the stuff that could have been done here with these menaces. By the way, Dan just reminded me, too, I don't know if we have that number. Maybe we'll get him on tomorrow, that there will be a Tesla Doge support rally, I guess on the opposite side of York Road. That's this Saturday, March 29th. A meet at the Tesla 700 York Road, Warminster, Pennsylvania. Flags will be waving. I think this is the Bucks County Patriots, we were told. So I'm glad to see that. And it's not about Tesla. It's not about Elon Musk. It's about enough already. Okay, let's go to deplorable. Yeah, Brock, a tough act to follow. Mate beats Carmen? I don't know about that.
It's a deplorable Ed said in your contest of first-time callers from the year.
Yes.
Brock has a tough act to beat in Carmen, the caller with the accent who's fantastic when she calls every time.
Yeah, but Carmen was more professional, like she had done, you know what I mean, a lot of stuff.
It seems like she's called other
This guy
stations
was
before.
legitimate. This guy was just, you can't make this up. Thank you, Brock. Bill in Buck says a little bit more, and he's got an answer here. All right, Bill, what do you have today? Hi.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted, you did mention about Saturday.
Yes.
The Tesla dealership, it's a pro Tesla Doge rally. And there'll be flag waving. They'll have American flags, Trump flags, you name it. It'll be out there.
I bet. I set the over and under at the side that you're talking about, Bill. 5-1 will have American flags versus the other side's puny number of American flags.
They didn't have any that I saw. They just had signs.
You know
they
what?
Just had signs.
If I could go there and document that, I may have to go there just to see 0 American flags.
Well, I don't know if there's going to be counter people there from the other party. I have no idea what's going to happen, but I'll be there.
Good.
So I'll take a look.
Okay.
And I might even pull out my cell and do some video and see what comes out of it.
Please send it to us. So, Bill, what's your answer to the side today?
Dunkin' Donuts became Dunkin'.
Yeah, I think that's a bad change. I like Dunkin' Donuts, and just say
So do
Dunkin', like everybody knows. What's wrong with Dunkin' Donuts?
Because the focus isn't on donuts anymore; it's on coffee.
They expanded their menu. I guess.
know
I
that,
don't
but or is it they don't want people knowing you're eating donuts? That's a negative.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
it is what it is.
How's it a negative?
Well,
Because it's unhealthy.
Yeah, people think donuts.
and putting all that sugar and cream in your coffee every morning is
Wait,
great for
Henry,
you.
I would eat 6 chocolate chip cookies, not think a thing of it. If you
Sure.
have them, we do an event at Mulligan's. Put them near me. You're not getting any. But I would not eat a donut. Something about, you can't eat a donut. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Dan's the same thing. He's
No,
not
it's
eating
yeah,
donuts.
I'm the same way.
What?
Yeah.
Because with a donut, you can't hide it if you're eating donuts.
Here I'm working on my second Rita's and second Coca-Cola of the day, but
not
too much sugar in a donut.
Not a
yeah.
donut. Not a donut.
Oh, my
Something you
goodness.
can't be caught dead eating. All right, it is
6 cookies.
It is the lightning round yet. I think I got Rich has a great one here. We're coming to him next. Hit us with your all-time name change here on Talk Radio 1210.
We did it. I never had Thank you for supporting WPHT's 8th annual Radiothon.
God bless the Zioni Army, the 1210 WPHT audience. God bless the Travis Mountain Foundation. God bless all the people that serve our country and our veterans, and thank you.
Your donations will help veterans and families of the fallen and inspire our next generation of leaders. You can still donate online at 1210WPHT.com. Presented by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer. And thanks to our sponsors, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar. Online at emmonsroofing.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, the finest collection of high-end and vintage furniture. Visit their huge showroom in Hatfield.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Here's Bill Spadia with President Donald Trump.
Mr. President, as you fight through the corrupt media, the corrupt criminal justice system, face all kinds of battles, how important is it for you to know that we've got your back, no matter how your enemies are coming at you?
It's important, and you've had my back from the beginning. I know all about it. That's why I'm talking to you. I turned down plenty of requests, I will tell you. But you've had my back, and I really appreciate it.
We have a great leader in Washington. Now we need one in Trenton. As governor, Bill Spadia will dig in to fix our state. He'll take on and beat the Trenton politicians who have rigged the system for themselves. This is our chance to rebuild New Jersey for all of us. Republican Bill Spadia for governor. Patriots, it's time.
Paid for by Rebuilding New Jersey PAC, 9 Bethel Road, 1044, Somers Point, New Jersey, 08244. Not authorized or made with the cooperation or prior consent of, or in any consultation with, or at the request or suggestion of any candidate, or any person or committee acting on behalf of any candidate.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
From North Wales to Willingboro, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Got some great ones here. Name changes. Rich in Westville. All right, Rich, what's yours?
Mine is about 1960. William Levitt and Sons built a large mass-produced housing development in Willingboro, New Jersey, and they changed the name to Levittown. And the residents there had a referendum, and they voted to change it back to Willingboro. And just a quick comment, I relocated here from Levittown, Long Island, where I grew up in the 1950s.
Right.
It was the first mass-produced housing development in the country. And it was a child's paradise. We had swimming pools, ballparks, bowling alleys, little village greens with a drugstore and a gas station. Kudos to William Levitt and Sons.
Exactly, in Levittown, when I think of middle class here, it's top three. What place would you say? Levittown. Joe of Exton, Talk Radio 1210, out there in the big highfalutin suburbs. Joe, what's yours?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joe.
In the city of Chester, there was a school by the name of Pennsylvania Military College, which underwent a transformation and became known as Widener College and later Widener University.
All right, Joe, thank you. I played against some of those guys, not all of them, and scored 34 points, so I'd rather be called Pennsylvania Military College. Basketball team maybe wasn't that good.
Yeah, no, the military academies don't typically have hoopers.
Yeah, all right. Earl of Tacony. Earl, what's yours today?
Mine today is West Point, New York. Originally a fort designed by Polish engineer Thaddeus Kosciuszko, who lived at the 3rd and Pine in the city. The fort was named after the greatest military officer in the Revolutionary War, until he went and happened to share some plans with the British. It was called Fort Arnold. It was named after Benedict Arnold.
Gotcha. You got a lot in there. All right, Henry, give me your top 2 or 3, and we'll get Dan.
Okay, I like Mitch on 476's answer. Was it Bombay to Mumbai?
That was a very good one. That's one that I don't change.
And I think one that hits home to you was, the Bishop Newman going to Newman Goretti.
I would have voted for City Avenue from City Line Avenue. It's always City Line Avenue to me. Dan, how about yours?
I really like the City Line, but the Levittown is a great information there. I didn't know that. Duncan, though, spurned a lot of conversation between us.
All right, let's go with Duncan.
Duncan it is.
Yeah, even though I still say it should be Dunkin' Donuts. Don't take the donuts away. Richie always next. They'll talk donuts and everything else here on Talk Radio 1210.
Need to know. Depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The PPA is going to start charging you to park in loading zones. They're installing new cameras and loading zone signs to enforce it. The Penn Health System is eliminating about 300 positions, but no patient care services or programs will be discontinued. And the Flyers have fired head coach John Tortorella.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Dawn Stensland here. Recently, I had Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning out to my home to make sure it's winter ready. A 3rd-generation owned and veteran-founded company. Maybe you live in an older suburban home. Consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric.